Oh, shoot, I thought she was gonna be here.
She was fully planning on it, but had a
Cancel.
personal issue to deal with.
Oh, darn. Okay. It's all right.
So with that in mind, today is when you're recording?
Yes, sir.
All right. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. The time is now 5 o'clock in the evening. We are here at the Mesilla Town Hall for a budget work session regarding our fiscal year 26-27 budget. So I'm losing my mind. So there's just a few items that we're going to be going through on the agenda. As we have, we're really touching on ICIP listings and capital projects and personnel tonight, and just driving down on some of those, answering questions, getting feedback, and taking it from there. The hope on the projects is, and the ICIP is to build out the formal plan, if you will, and get that planned out for the next couple of years, so that way it can be entered into the system and submitted, and then we have that set to run after projects as we need to. So with that in mind, what I've done as we was handed out and mailed out, for just jumping right into ICIP, and as I noted in the last meeting, this sheet like we have here was from last year. This sheet is no longer available to be printed, with the new system and its system updates. But that I left that here, that way we can go through the projects as they're listed. I started a new kind of deal here that follows something similar, just to outline it. This is our 2026 in our current projects that have been, and I can zoom in a little bit on that. On those projects that have been awarded in this first deal, I tried to break it out in water, roads, parks, equipment, and then other projects. These are also the grant funds or the specific funding, where they're coming from to complete these projects in particular. So these are the ones that we have going on currently, as it was noted in our last meeting on those, and then that should be finished by, or at least a good portion completed by the end of this fiscal year. Then we have in here the 2027 projects. So these are projects that are going into the next fiscal year, so into the one that we're budgeting on right now. Some of the applications that we have submitted and going in there, so like our Colonias applications are going through the process right now. Those have been submitted. LGRF, out of these ones for next year, LGRF is presently the only one that has currently been funded in there. Also have the LGRF for OESTA for phase one, which is a portion of OESTA to be resurfaced, is in there, and then the other funds that have been funded is $20,000 for the community center to do some equipment, and then $500,000 for the town hall project through capital. Those are both through capital outlay. And then these are other applications that we will be submitting, as it was noted with the resolutions that we had submitted already.
What needs to be done at the Town Hall Public Safety building?
What's that?
What needs to be done at the Town Hall Public Safety on the capital, the 500,000?
Right, so that's that capacity building on that one, where it's a $4 million project. So we need to get $3,500,000 still, either from, and that can come from multiple different areas. As I mentioned in the last meeting, this is a project that was started back in 2004 and 2007, and so it's just a continuation and to get that project funded. So we'll continually go after different sources to get that funding, including that can include the governor's call list, and as well as there's money through fire fund, and there's other federal funds that we can go after as well to get that fully funded. So
We only have one road on there in the city. How many roads do we have for road improvements? 200,000?
what's that?
On roads, we only have 2 that need to be fixed, repaired.
This is in this current year for 2027. So these are the ones that we submitted the applications for. Of course, we need, all of our roads can use a little loving, just like the water lines can use a little loving. And we need to start looking at sewer lines and seeing what we can do to get sewer out to some
That's
different
gotta
areas.
be, like, our roads and sewers and water's gotta be a priority.
No doubt. And that's where we need
Everything else
to.
on there, we gotta get those water, the roads and sewer
So
lines.
that's the point, is going through the list and what we have listed here on these guys, and then including for 28, 27 even, because we still, in here we have, especially under water fund, we still have, in this upcoming year, we're gonna have, in this next fiscal year, we're gonna have water trust board, there's gonna be clean drinking water, as well as a couple of other applications that we'll be able to submit. So tell me those ideas of the areas specifically, give me a road or an area of town to focus on, and then I'll have the engineers do a rough cost estimate. That way we get a good cost upload for our capital expenditures on that.
So,
Does that make sense?
yes, but any part of the town, because when the CF pharmacist, and I think I forwarded to you, they requested that their streets be considered.
Most definitely. So that's where,
Cause everybody likes to talk about, like, we always take care of the plaza area, but like Trustee Nevada said, we need to worry about the other ones.
Well, the thing is, this, I'm sorry, but one more thing is that they feel that the streets in there, because of the traffic from the construction,
Yeah.
further damage the surfaces in there, but that's all I wanted to add, sorry.
Okay, well, I mean, I've always thought that we should have, and I know this isn't the way it is, but we should have them on a schedule, kind of a rotating schedule, and I know that's not how funding works, but if we have people looking at planning, especially engineers, is it a matter of getting like data on the high traffic areas, how much traffic does Oeste really get? It's getting a lot right now because fire trucks have to go through there and the police, right? So that's going to get worn down really quick because the fire trucks have to come out of Oeste.
That road is awful.
Well, right, I'm just saying,
That
the
road
traffic.
is like, have you been?
Oh, yeah, I've been on it. I mean, and I'm just saying that the traffic, if it wasn't for the fire department and the police, that road would not be a high traffic area. So all I'm suggesting is that we not just look at what the requests are, because we know that lots of people have big voices and they come forward. But lots of people don't have big voices and their roads need to be looked at too. So, I mean, we can't just respond to whoever's complaining. To me, it needs to be an organized approach, data-driven, that says these are the streets that are have the highest traffic area, the most damage, need to be kept up, because right now we have fire and police in the middle of our old town instead of, where they can access Avenida real fast, which I hear them all the time. I never used to hear cops and stuff, but anyway, I'm like, oh my God, there they go again. But so that's what I'm thinking. And I mean, I think we have to be a little bit careful of going by request only, because we know that some people are gonna come in and complain all the time about separate things. But if we had a way of looking at when the last time it was done, what part, do we have to do the entire length of it? or can we do the high traffic areas? You know, I mean, we have to do things data driven or else they're not fair, right? They're not fair. And if, because DOT did a lot of potentially wore the roads out at Mesilla Farms a little bit more, maybe we should look at that. But do we do the whole area? Is it just the entry and the exits? Is it, you know, I mean, what is it about it that got high
Well,
traffic?
and that's the part of engineering that we would be looking at. And,
Yeah.
and they would make a determination on whether the road needs to be replaced. And that's where that cost comes in, on whether it's a full mill and overlay or if it's just a seal and
Patchy.
patch and seal, yeah. And a coat.
Here's the thing too, though, with the roads being repaired though, is if we're gonna work on water and sewer,
We have
we
to
have
have
to do that, we have to do it at the same time. You know, that's, cause there's no point of repairing a road and then
tearing
tearing
it
that
down.
down, everything on there. So wouldn't it be best if we're gonna use an engineering bill, wouldn't it be best for them to evaluate where to start first?
Yeah.
And I'm talking water, sewer, then road, and have them either go into Mesilla, not the heart of it, but Mesilla Farms,
So,
by the area of Mesilla Elementary School, all those little roads that we don't pay attention to. And have them go evaluate all of Mesilla and tell them, okay, these roads are the concerns with the sewer lines and waters, and then we take it from
So we
there.
can prioritize them. But
Exactly.
again,
Thank you.
when I worked for the city, there were complaints. You come in and pave this, resurface the
Right.
streets, and then a month later, you come and dig them up to put in new lines.
Right,
So they weren't coordinating,
that's
what
what
they were doing. So what you're talking about is to have a plan for both, where you're not
Well, it's,
damaging whatever,
Right.
you
and so that would
It
be
is gonna take a
data,
long time though, I mean, it's not gonna
It
happen
is.
overnight.
and it's data driven, because I thought that only certain people were on septic, but it's the majority of the town. I thought I know that us in the north area, we had a lot, because the sewer plant is right down there, they just said that the incline wasn't good enough for us to hook into the sewer line. I don't know, that was years ago when we were still planning stuff, trying to improve just our area there. So I know that all of those people closer to the sewer plant, it's going to be harder to get them get us right on sewer than it is people farther away. Is what we were told by the engineers at that time.
When was this? A long time ago?
No.
I don't know, because there must be other ways to address that.
Like 10, 15, 10 years ago. That's not a long time
Do you
ago.
know roughly how many people are not connected to sewer?
that's a great question.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
you
we-
guys for sure.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
So what here, and let's look at this at the,
I mean,
the,
we're
bro-
twenty
the, the
twenty-six.
let's look at this at the broader picture. All right. So what we're talking about and what you're literally talking about is something that I brought up in the last meeting as well, because all of this is continually done and thought about and worked on through an asset management plan. And an asset management plan is a long-range plan that covers not just equipment, it covers all of the roads, all of the infrastructure, all of the valves, fire hydrants. It comes up with it's the full replacement program for that. As I mentioned in the last meeting, though, because we can typically go through NMFA and apply for the grant in that, unfortunately, because of our per capita income that we have in the town based on the last census, we are not eligible for any future NMFA grants as of right now that work on like the comprehensive plan, that work on asset management plans. So the cost of what we would have out of our own pocket for an asset management plan is $100,000. That was the engineering estimate on that. So
But-
we can,
But can we go, I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you off, but then can't we go to our legislators to help us pay this?
not for an asset management plan, they won't. So they won't pay for plans. So
Just project.
that's what I've been told.
So we don't
It's
have
be-
any-
and it's because they won't pay for plans because funding is available through other sources. AKA NMFA, but we're not eligible. So maybe it's an argument to say, hey, we're not eligible. Can you help to support that? So that might be a capital. I mean, we can add it onto the list, and maybe that's a capital request in the upcoming session. That's an easy request to ask. It's either a yes or a no.
But it's a valid request because
Yeah.
there's no alternative
Yeah,
really for that town.
Unless we go through and we find alternate funding to help cover asset management,
Yeah.
which there might be. I don't know. Excuse me.
There's gotta be a grant out there.
There's tons of grants. I'm sure that there is. We just need to find it. And we might be able to even potentially, depending on how we look at it, through this budget process, we might be able to cover that cost through our own budget.
Yeah.
You know, so and just buckle up and we budget for it, and if it comes to fruition and we get it going, then we get it going.
But you're saying
There's options.
$100,000 to do the asset
For the
planning what
engineers,
we're just-
Yeah, because it's so that
to
asset.
make an overall asset management plan for the whole town,
So we have an asset management plan right now,
right?
and that is asset management. So asset management, the full plan comes in 3 phases, right?
Right.
So we have phase 1 of our asset management plan has been completed, right? So the second phase of the asset management plan is that $100,000 cost in doing that. And then that we're also looking at that when I had them do that was the potential of digitizing everything, because it only makes sense to digitize and make it to where if Lorenzo and his team are out in the field and they're working on a water line and they're trying to find out where meters are or where valves are, those are all geolocated within an iPad that they carry with them, and here it is, and boom, it's right there. So we know where those things are, or the approximate area. Where right now we're doing a lot of times we're running that we're looking at previous plans, we're boring just to try to figure out where exactly, and it does cause quite a bit of damage. So it's just as an example.
Yeah, I think that's
So, I mean,
hard to do. But
So in here, that's where this comes in. So we just put asset management plan as one of those things. We know that'll be a priority that we want to get done in 2020 in this upcoming year. Because this year is what we have going on right now. So this one is not applicable by any means. All right. So
Cause if we don't
We're-
do that
we're-
asset
we're
plan
right
that you're
here.
talking about, it's 100,000 now. Imagine if we wait any longer, imagine how much more it's gonna be.
could be.
and we just don't have. Then we don't have a complete plan. That's the worst part, right? If we don't
That's what I'm
finish.
saying. If we didn't do this now, imagine how much it's gonna be in the future.
Right, and that's what we're all asking for, I think, is a guide so that we can say, well, we'll look, I mean, we're gonna look at emergencies and maybe damages immediately, but if we could just have a plan where we're gonna get to these streets in 2028, and people know that, and I think a plan like that would.
And it's really bringing, I would do want to note is because as well with that, the asset management is that the fire department has that a lot of that information already, and fire chief can talk on that too, which he has before through First Duke and everything that we have in that. So and there's multiple layers that can be added within that we can work on right now as a team to kind of do the physical assets that we can see. It's just that when we look at the long range, especially for road infrastructure and valves and water and sewer, all of those lines, and knowing the age of the line that's underneath the ground, because that's what's going to help in determining really this water line that goes down Parian is 50 years old, so this needs to be replaced before the water line that goes down Snow Road, because Snow Road was just done 10 years ago, right? So
Yeah.
just as examples, right? So
Right.
and
That would be nice.
that's that.
Yeah.
I think that just to get back on task real quick, let's go through the listing
Yes.
of what we presently have in our system, those that are applicable, those that are already here, so we can mark them off, we can go through, we can see where we want to place them in
Okay.
any of these guys, as we have here. So our current, in 2026, as we go down, the first one, signage replacement construct is underway. Marshall's vehicles, that's already done on that. The roadway improvements, we have phase 1 and 2 have already been funded through capital outlay, so we can do phase 3 through capital outlay, and do that as a request. And that phase 3 is, as you see it in that 2028 is $200,000 request in that. Okay, so
But we already have it's not amount not yet funded, it's 400,000.
no, so this is not accurate on that. So
Oh, okay.
we have 190 has already been that we have
Okay.
funded to date, that we've
Right.
utilized
Plus
that.
the 200.
And that right now we're sitting on 200 for us to utilize. In that, what's being utilized for that is in some of these, like for the LGRF, we have a match. We can use this capital outlay to match, do that match for that grant. But it also helps when we say we want to focus on Teresita to be done. So we need to have planning and design done on whatever road that we would be requesting funding for next year. If we get the planning and design done on, especially for the bigger projects and the bigger roads that we know are going to need the extra infrastructure, then that helps us and strengthens our overall application when we go to get construction funding. If we have the planning and design done by ourselves, or if it's already completed through other grant funding. So that, just a note on that. So then the town hall facility, that's already started to get funded. The 2,800,000 is funded, and we're starting on that 4,800,000 right there. It's actually, and the 3 million is not viable anymore because the cost estimate came out below that in the total funding request. So that one actually went down. So that one we'll keep on that and just continually trying to chunk away to get it taken care of. That's the intent, at least, especially like I mentioned in the last one, because we do have bonds out there to where we are paying on those bonds or earning on that still. Then there was the town hall, the plaza planters, which was not something that was funded, so we can move that forward. That's the planters that go around the metal to continue around on the plaza where the movie came in a couple of years ago to do that, but also to do an upgrade on the planters that are out there to get bigger planters on that side. So beautification, in other words, for the plaza.
So what you're talking about is though that wrought iron that was put around the trees.
Right, and doing that
some of
around
them.
all of the other trees.
What a quick question, because some of those roots have been pushing up. Is that going to
So that would be
part of the
reviewed under all of this, especially if we do, because a lot of those are where there's the metal grates that go over to keep people walking on a flat surface, and that a lot of those are what's raising. But if we enclose that, it's better for the tree, but also keeps that from being a trip hazard.
Okay.
So it's a safety thing. But there again, that one can move anywhere in here. So do we want to keep it as a 2028 or 27, 28 priority? Or do we want to move it out completely on that?
moving out further?
Mhm.
Because I think because it's a trips, it's a safety issue. The amount of foot traffic in there, I think
Right.
it should be addressed
Okay.
sooner than later.
Yeah, and at that price, it's not outrageous.
And that's the current price, right?
It's the current estimate on that.
Mhm.
I'm just worried that, yeah, I don't know, you guys wanna keep it, keep it. But once they do those planters, I'm wondering if we're gonna do the bricks over again, are we?
It just
Cause I know
depends.
exactly where he's talking about, and I'm like, yeah, right across the patio, that tree, and those bricks are being lifted on there, so I'm more than sure we have to redo all that brick around the plaza. So we gotta be aware, as we're starting a project, we might have to add more to it.
Then that would be part of engineering to look at on that side, and the potential of that. And that's where we can always do, especially when we submit the grants or look at funding requests, there's always contingency that's added in. So, especially given the current climate, it's always wise to add at least a 20% contingency into all of these whenever we submit them. So while we might have it at 45 now, it might be that quite a bit more at the end of the day, but especially with 20%. Be a $60,000 request ultimately. Does that make sense? So keep that in other potential.
You already had it there? You're gonna put it in,
I could put it in
okay.
in 28.
What?
And
Oh my
and
God, yeah.
I'll keep it in 28 and then or put it in 28 and then if there's a grant that I run across in this current year, we can just
Pull it
apply
up.
for it. Does that work?
Mhm.
There'll always be a USDA grant out there.
Correct. There's always something. Okay.
Maybe, depending on how the feds
Yeah.
are doing.
It's all the verbiage and what's happening. The next one is plaza tables and umbrellas. That was the thought on that one when that discussion was the removal potential of the bleachers and having more permanent seating area for people to actually go out, sit, have a meal on the plaza, whether it be in the bleacher area or on the backside of the kiosko where we always have the tent set up and put picnic tables as it is, like it is right now.
I would like to postpone that one to a little bit further out, not 2027 at least. I'd rather go to 2028, because if we do the planters, once again, we go back to the planters. If we do the planters and we have to tear up the ground, we're gonna be having that too as well. But I don't know, it's up to them.
You go maybe 2029.
I would say 2029, even 2028.
Yeah. Well, 2028 is going to be this upcoming. So when we think about it,
Oh, now we have
in this
2029.
upcoming
Sorry.
session,
Yeah.
especially if we're making it where it could be a potential capital request, in this upcoming session, it would be any funding request from 2028 to 2032.
Yeah, because that 90,000 goes back to the drawings, the asset thing that you talked about. So I don't know what they would like.
You know, I like the idea of, I mean, we've talked about this and talked about it when we talked about the comprehensive plan, right? That it would be nice to have the plaza a little bit more, accommodating. And we definitely need umbrellas because of how hot it gets on all the occasions. But, we can only pick certain things. So as long as, I don't mind putting that out another year, unless we come across some funding for it.
Well,
And because we may have some more capital. Maybe if we could go through it and figure out what our really top capital requests will be and then see if we can find other funding.
So we keep it on the list or we knock it off the list. Does that sound? And then we can prioritize from there. Is that all right?
For this year.
Right.
So we're thinking the town plaza planters we keep, but the plaza tables and umbrella, we may move to 2029.
Right.
Okay.
And think about that. There's also money that's because there's multiple grants that we haven't even touched on. It's because there's, the plaza itself being a historic place gives us the opportunity to look at, historic sites and upgrades through historic sites, so there's a potential for that. Through that side, through Parks and Rec. If we haven't ever gone after money through Parks and Recreation, or not Parks and Recreation, through, Parks and Rec is one that they do a recreation grant every year, which could be that. There's also the one that I was bringing up in the last meeting, which was through Energy Minerals Department, where they have money for parks in general.
Oh, that's right.
And which is a large amount of money. So, and we could ultimately even think about just doing park improvements, and kind of like how we have, and maybe have the potential of getting park improvements funded, kind of like how we have the roadway improvements in there, and it can go to wherever it's best needed or suited with the funding that comes in.
So the
There's a potential.
umbrellas, what's the concept that was being thought of there for the umbrellas? I mean, I'm trying to visualize.
I think there was discussion because that came out of one of the deals that I did in here, was the big heavy concrete tables, so that way they don't up and go, and then umbrellas that can be taken in and out by the team.
So they would be removable. I'm just wondering how much clutter there would be.
Yeah, I'm worried
and because
about the other
one of the
windows.
things is that people like to look at the church, and if you have all these umbrellas.
Umbrellas on them.
Well, I'm thinking of the other windows
Oh, yeah.
with the benches. I'm like, where are you gonna put that's cutting space
Into that.
into that, and that's like a huge event here that brings a lot of business to our businesses,
There's a lot of people that participate in putting up the altars.
churches and stuff like that.
I mean,
You're
I'm
taking
trying to
But those could
conceptualize.
But that could be utilized, the tables could be
The
utilized by
tables,
the
yeah, but I'm saying that.
the umbrellas.
The shade structures.
Yeah, but
not-
it's, the shade structures, they're needed when we have
I
the
know, but,
celebrations.
we had talked about doing a larger one, that could be,
Oh, up and down. I
yeah.
mean, you have,
Sales.
when they do that is for the Jazz Fest, is they put a great big one on, but that's a little bit different.
And we did try to include and we'll see if it gets funded in the request that we put in for Clean and Beautiful, is for another tent, and a new tent that could be rotated around to all the different parks for events and things like that.
That would be
So
nice.
if that, it doesn't necessarily fall under the requirements, but we'll see if they.
Yeah, I'm just trying
Go
to figure
for
out how this would look and the function, because that plaza is used for a lot of things.
Mhm.
And one of the things is, would it get too cluttered?
We can always look at a more permanent structure or design, and have an environmental design completed by a company or by one of the engineers.
Because I think, having the material that the benches are around the trees, and doing the multi-seating with the covering that can be
on that.
removed
Okay.
instead of the individual umbrellas all over. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll come back.
Because, when there's entertainment events, people sit on those bleachers. And so, it provides quite a bit of seating.
Yeah, it provides seating.
But it's very hot.
It's very hot,
surface.
yeah.
Moving in on the senior and community center internet and security, that's paid for, or we have funding already. Playground equipment that is in there. The historic inventory update is one that has came out as a high priority, and we had that as our number one priority in the last session. So if we can continue that, if you all feel comfortable with that,
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
so we'll keep that in. 2028, if not sooner, because we're looking to see if we can find other grants.
Mhm.
Paisano reconstruction has been awarded. Security access control upgrades is underway. Water tank and system, there's an application in on that one. Sewer line extension. I mean, we just keep it as a 2028, right?
Yep.
And keep rolling it up, right?
Yep.
Same with water line replacement.
Yep.
Keep rolling it up.
Yep.
Electric vehicle charging stations is done. Alarm replacement is done. Sewer manhole rehabilitation, move up.
Yep.
That's in the areas around the plaza to replace the manholes around the plaza. SEBA packs, we figured out an alternate funding source.
Yes, sir.
And have an alternate plan, so that one we can take off. The Bosque fire substation doors is not actually doors. This is gonna be, we have to have a separate building out there. But that's the part that, this is something that I need to work with Energy Minerals Department on that. So this one, I think that we need to take off because it's not our property, number one. It's the state's property, so us putting something up on the state's property, unless it's temporary, is not, because if our MOU were to ever go out, then that's our building that would need to be removed, or the doors or whatever we do out there. But we're trying to work with them for capital funding to get an actual building out there.
Okay.
The next one, Mesilla Main Road signage, is signage that was discussed to have out at farther down on the Avenida, as well as on Motel Boulevard in the Las Cruces and the county areas, on DOT right away in the center of the medians. So that way it's farther out away from Mesilla, not as close. That way people know that. Thoughts on that?
Well, I think our gross receipts taxes are very important, so we need to guide people into Mesilla, for sure. I don't know how everybody else feels about it, but I think signage is pretty important. I mean, coming out of Las Cruces and so forth.
I think that we should move that one farther out, personally. I think that would be, we have bigger priorities and we have a bunch of,
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I was waiting for somebody else's.
we have a bunch of sign updates that we're already working on within our limits right now. And then we will, with our current signage funding, we will be redoing a lot of the street signs within the town as well. So I will note that. So, this might be something that,
Can go to
we look at as,
29 or 30.
I would say maybe even 31 or 32 and push it
Right.
out a little bit farther.
Well, I just heard from, when we were doing those walks, I just heard from the business people that they thought they needed more signage to come into town. I'm just saying, that's
Is
what
that
their idea is.
to get people into town, or is
Yes.
that to get people off of the main road to go into the
Well, both
plaza?
is what they thought, the retailers that I talked to, and that things have slowed down. But, 31, 32, I think the signs that we already did look a lot better than they did. But I'm just saying, that's the
Well,
feedback I
especially
got.
He said he's gonna redo the signs. He can put one coming in this way, coming out that way, that says Town Plaza, third, second block, or 3 blocks, right? You can, which won't
We
cost
have
a
to get DOT.
fee, yeah.
Yeah,
We can put a sign there to help them out.
Well, I don't think they were specifically talking about just that turn.
And there is one there actually.
Yeah,
Now I
there
know
is.
it might
It's
be
like this
it might be
small.
like this big.
small. Yeah, that's
But
sometimes
I'm
you get
sure
bigger.
it's
And
cool.
actually, the
Yeah, we
signs
just gotta get
over
bigger.
on Kayet, the signs that are coming into town look better.
Well, they need to get out because the 292 sign that says welcome Lucia, that one's beautiful.
And then the one on Avenida, it looks nice too.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that's the feedback that we got when we were walking around town, that they felt like we needed to advertise Mesilla more, that they felt like they had lost traffic. But that's just a thought, and we can put it back because we do need to prioritize other things. It's just that
And we can also look
especially
within
since you
our-
said that they would be outside of Mesilla, like guiding people to Mesilla or making Mesilla a destination,
Right.
town. But I'm good with that, whatever. We only have a certain amount of money, so.
I'm down to 20, down to 20. What do you say, 31, 32?
32
Okay. And
down the
then,
road. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Cayo Corta for road improvements,
Does it need sewer and water?
of course.
That would go back to water line and sewer line back on that one, right? So-
It doesn't need water, but I don't know how old those pipes are. That's
Well, then that'd be keeping it because then that would match with the first two that we had up here with the sewer line and water replacement, sewer line extended. Does that make sense? That's two deals. I don't know.
yeah, it just depends. I think, we have, if we got the asset management plan, we would know exactly what streets.
I would say keep it.
as a 2028 or
That's a very short street, isn't it?
I'm trying to.
It's just down the street from my
Where's
house.
Lorenzo?
I told him he didn't have to come.
It dead ends on Calle Colon from Calle.
He was asking.
Sur.
It's Calle de Sur to Calle de Colon?
Yeah, it dead ends there.
It's
I
not
think.
very- it's not very
The
good.
start,
Fourth
their
Street, I
setup goes
think.
all the way across from Calle to Ariana.
Yeah.
But the Cuarta just ends at Calle Colon.
Is it pretty bad?
Well, it's a very, people don't use it unless they live on that street,
Right,
yes.
right.
But is it bad?
Well, and I think that's especially that area of town, and that's where we need to look at because those are the older streets,
Right.
and that area needs a little love,
Yeah.
So.
I think that's what I'm saying, is that's why we gotta go back to that one. Cause that's where a lot of them, we have abandoned, those streets are abandoned, let's be honest. Then we go back and repair them, I say leave it on,
Yeah, leave it on, but I'm saying,
it's just not that much.
it's a short street,
Yeah,
anyway.
it's a straight street, see? Thanks, Sherry.
So is the following one. It's even shorter.
Well, we should do a little bit of research as far as water and sewer there.
Yeah, if you're gonna
If we're
resurface
gonna
it,
That's what I'm
do
saying.
that,
To redo
yeah.
do it.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
we should look at it holistically.
So it could be
no
done
matter
on a
what.
schedule.
Yeah. And if it needs it both, then we're gonna have to go after the water and the sewer at the same time.
Thank you.
And that's why we look at the water line replacements and the
Yeah.
sewer line, because that generalizes funding that can make that happen.
Yeah. We can-
Wherever we're doing work,
Cool. That would be the way to go for sure.
and then we just continually do that. Mesilla pickleball courts.
I'm for it. It's a hot sport right now.
It is. So the question is on this one, because this is one that can be potentially gone after through energy, minerals, and natural resources, but for the courts themselves to be put in, so that it's covering that cost.
Where would you put it at?
Yeah,
That's the question. So then,
Because-
the other part of that through energy, minerals, natural resources, that we can acquire land to make that happen.
Because if you put in an existing park, it'll take up the park space already, so that shrinks that.
If you actually did a pickleball tournament, you know how much traction that would bring to our town. Like,
Yeah, but,
like huge.
but I'd rather acquire other land.
I know,
and do it.
water and sewer, and I'm big on the water and sewer thing.
But acquire the land to put the pickleball
I think
and
we need to
put parking and whatever.
So where would be the most viable place in the town to think about pickleball courts? If it wasn't in our current parks. Because I'll be honest, I don't think, me personally, I don't think that any of our current parks,
We don't have the room.
we don't, well, we could put a small one, but they're all right next to residential areas. I don't think you want to necessarily have pickleball courts right in the middle of residential.
No, and like I said, the park is our green space.
Yeah.
And so like the one, Los Leones is used quite a bit, especially for Easters and things like that. So
Right.
there's large uses of the green areas. And if you take away more of that, it's just not gonna.
I
So that's why I say identifying, acquiring a piece of property that we could put in the pickle so that it's kind of, and then if you want to have a
Michelle
destination,
Smith?
not there.
I knew you were gonna say that, so I just gonna throw it out there.
to put out to 32, because we really do need to look overall at properties that we could, I think.
Well, and those that we could
were just
possibly
talking about.
partner with, right?
Partner
So
with,
what we
yeah.
could, another option that we could look at is thinking about down on the river levee and working with IBWC to see about utilizing the river levee and putting pickleball. I mean, we have a deal on here for an amphitheater and things like that to go down there in that space.
That's very good for you.
So
Be
then-
further away from the town.
So then that would be where we could actually have multiple pickleball courts in looking at that. Working with IBWC, we could potentially make something like that happen. It would just be a little bit of a process.
Yeah, and
Push
maybe,
pickleball, I can't see that.
Pickle.
Pickle,
Pickleball.
pickleball.
or maybe like
I push it out
at the gym.
until we can get what we need and then bring it.
Well, identify land.
Identify that first and then we can always bring it back to the table.
Okay.
I push it out.
Because it should be done well.
In order to do that, to bring
Well, that's
people
what I'm
in,
saying. That's
otherwise
why I
it's
said
just
we push it out
recreational, yeah.
Until we get something set first and then bring it back.
So be thinking about, so then we move that to a 2029 priority then? And then we look at acquiring land
Identifying, acquiring.
in 2028, so we can write that down. Acquire park space.
Yes.
And I don't know, you never know when these things are gonna go in and out of stock.
Well, and
Well,
it might be a depending upon
Yeah,
the grant, I might be able to work with them to acquire and install.
yeah.
Yeah, but the courts themselves could be designed for pickleball or tennis. I mean,
Yeah.
so if it goes out of style, you still have tennis is
Yeah,
not going to go out
I'm
of
just
style.
saying,
Right.
yeah, I mean, these things
And then when we had
have a tendency to
courts
go
here on
to,
the CF farm, some soccer teams wanted to use the court to practice because the ball doesn't fly
Yeah.
for the little kids, So it was uses
You can always turn it for everything.
multi-use.
So put that in your hat, if you will, to think about an area or a couple of areas in town to put in a potential park space.
Yeah.
Because in opening that conversation as well, me personally, I think that, when we look at green space and being park space that we have in this town, we have a lot within the core, but areas like Mesilla Park, they don't have a green space unless it's at the Papin Center, right? So our residents in specific don't have a spot that's a green space
Yeah.
over there that would be neat to have something somewhere over there. So just as thinking about that potential.
Because I think some of the people that live in that area, have said they would be interested in, because they're players. And people. So some part of it, because that's why I say you put it away over by the rivers, and it's better to have it closer to the residents.
but not too close.
Not too close.
So it just depends on where, how big.
Because people won't like it. people parking and all that.
Well, that's the thing with that commemorative park, because when they were practicing there, they were parking on Teresita on both sides of the street. The parents were the people created congestion in there. So
Mhm.
Okay, so we'll move that one out. Commemorative park upgrades, we have, the first phase is funded on that, which is gonna be planning and design, is taking up a portion of that funding, and then there'll still be money left over for whatever comes out of the planning and design to do that. It was multi-phased, with thought of infrastructure being put into that park. So as we get through the process of what will be thought of through that and the cost estimates that come with those, those numbers will be updated for such. But keep that as current priorities in funding for commemorative park and as phase funding.
Glen Park is,
The one we were at this morning.
Yeah.
that one needs to be upgraded.
Because if we're looking, and that's where these funding costs are coming from. If we're looking at upgrading the parking lot, we're probably looking at about $125,000.
I wasn't even talking about upgrading the parking lot. I was talking to Eddie in the red zone. We were talking about that round with the passing. That thing needs to be upgraded so bad. We're missing so many people on that.
some of the existing pictures are faded.
But not even that, we're missing so many people on that wall, we need it
And it
upgraded.
could be a
And they
much more
didn't die while
efficient.
they were in service,
Yeah.
because that's what that's for.
Yeah,
No, we missed some people on
they
that.
have died at in service.
Maybe so, but either way, it needs to be redesigned.
Yeah.
Right,
yes, big time.
and it's using a lot of space for very little. And, we talked about it too when we got there, is that it needed to be redone. There's some ideas already about seating around it and redoing it. And I think it should be more of a right? Because anything exposed to this weather is going to be worn down quick. I see it at my own house. So, even if it had a little shaded area or something that you put it under just to protect it a little bit. So anyway, that would be, so we're talking about multi-phase, like you said. And the parking lot just, again, the parking lot's a little haphazard, you know what I mean? And people park there for chalas and anything going on.
We just
in
gotta make sure
Mesilla.
there's a sign there that says it's Macia's parking. It's not Chala's parking, it's the town of Macia's parking.
But I
But
think-
like we
You know what I
parked
mean?
right against the wall today, and I never even thought of doing that. To me, it seemed like I was encroaching on Mesilla Farms, which isn't true.
It isn't
It's
true.
Mesilla property, but it feels like it, and I think people even hesitate to park there. People that know about it, but like I probably would move over just because I wouldn't think that all of it was parked.
But I think we should keep it. And
Yeah, we're keeping it
yeah,
because we need the parking.
because it needs to look good. That's
Yeah.
part of.
Yeah, as long as there's a sign, that's all I want. I want a sign that says town of Macia parking. Not just
But
dedicated to
again,
that
because
restaurant.
of where it's located and
Yeah.
the fact that it's
Yeah,
people that come in,
Absolutely.
it needs to be upgraded.
Yeah.
there's a sign that says town of Macia parking. It's not just designated for one restaurant, it's
Right.
designated for everybody.
Right, and we need it during fiestas and stuff.
Exactly.
But like you said, it's got to be multi-phase. So we decide: is it the parking lot? Is it this? But we need to keep working on it because it is the entry.
And
into
because it's
Mesilla.
not designated, the parking has that people take up a lot of space, and
Yeah.
I believe we had designed
The parking spaces.
probably
Yeah,
increase the parking.
it is. I agree.
So we'll keep that one
Yes.
on there and
Yes.
continue.
Moral to your story, yes.
And that, just a reminder that is going through another community session and talking about that on May 6th.
I have that on my.
The visitor center upgrades is on the list to be requested, and that's to do the change on the inside as it's been thought of with the environmental designs that have been presented. So we'll continue that one. The SCADA system upgrade, is an upgrade to our SCADA, which is at the water wells. And not just the water wells, but also the lift stations that we have.
And does that go through water?
They could,
Funding through water?
I mean, that could be multiple avenues of,
Okay. Because that seems
Yeah.
pretty
and
important.
that one's farther out.
Oh, okay.
If you notice, and that's
Yeah,
farther
it's
out, it was
29.
planning that we will need to do upgrades on the system at some point. So it's not that it's needed now, because the
Okay.
system is set, but it's not in planning on that.
Okay.
So we can
Cool.
move that one out.
Yeah.
Calle Arroyo drainage improvements.
So wait, that SCAD system, never mind, we just talked about that.
Yeah, that's the SCADA.
We're keeping it,
Calle
right?
de
Yes.
Arroyo.
We're just gonna move it to 29.
I'm sorry, where were we?
Arroyo,
Arroyo. Calle de Arroyo. I don't know where that is.
It's by the
Arroyo.
Aurora.
It's weird.
But it's a church parking lot
Yeah.
in the town parking, no, yeah, the church and it's that street, it's not a very long street, it's from Calle de Padian to Calle de Arroyo.
It's not very big.
Calle de-
Where Pat, that street where Pat Taylor's redoing the
Right
Adobe
in front of the
structure.
Butlers? Yeah. The old Butler home?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's Arroyo? Oh my
Yes.
gosh, that one.
Once again, we're gonna do drainage, we gotta do the road.
Do the whole road, yeah.
It's,
So drainage and road.
Drainage, water, and road.
and that is so narrow in there too.
And that's kind of it's used quite a bit, that street.
Yeah, it is, but it's so
Is
narrow.
that a one-way street? It is.
No.
No.
That's a problem,
But
it's
you
it's
can't
very
get
hard to
through
get two
there.
vehicles through some of those instances.
Yeah, do people
I will
complain?
tell you right now, because it was just said, if you all want me to review the possibility of one way throughout the core, please let me know.
Well,
And
no,
also-
I think we
also
should really
process.
look at that because it's just, it's just to see what's feasible to do those changes
Because
sooner
it
than
is-
later. I mean, it's like,
Especially if we want to bring more people
Yeah.
in
and,
we have
and
it
to move them smoothly through the town.
to the town during events and otherwise, and having residents be a little bit more happy when those things are going on. I mean, they're kind of they're happy, I think, for grocery season, but they just see it as a hazard. And Arroyo is definitely one of them.
2027
But
For that discussion,
for that one way, yes.
I'll do a work session.
Yeah, I think we should because
I'm like,
when we
yeah.
have events, those two-way streets become impassable. I mean,
I'm like,
impassable because
Let's do it.
just bring it to 2027.
Yeah.
If it's
Well, that's
it's a
not,
safety hazard.
that one though is not that's an internal.
yeah,
There you go.
but it
It's not,
should be
it's not a
done.
capital project,
Right.
so
We
it's
can
something
bring
that I'll put on my list for,
Yeah.
in an upcoming meeting, we'll work on that, and we'll have that discussion, and we will make sure that we do several public hearings on it
Yeah.
as well.
because people will be up in arms around it, because they may like the two-way street, but it causes issues.
I mean, it's good, but we're having more events, and even on a typical weekend, you
It's
have the areas packed.
Yeah, well, and then
It
the
doesn't
church
even have to
parking
be
lot
at
is
fiesta,
there.
I mean, it's
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Next
so
is,
more work for you to do.
No, that's fine. Sidewalk refurbish and replacement. I think that one needs to be moved up.
Yes,
Because
Sooner? 27, 28, you mean?
so,
Sooner than later?
because
Because right
we
now we
have
have it on 28 or 29.
the 28,
so that includes those brick sidewalk, right?
correct.
Because
And
the
then- so
one- the
what-
one-
What that is looking at the areas, like, so if you drive down Parian right now, especially from between Guadalupe and San Albino, there's brick coping that's on the edges that's coming off. So what we've been doing is taking the edge or out and then concreting the edge.
Because
that
in
way.
Brandon on Felix this past week, the brick was just piled up. I mean, it's just.
We gotta keep it brick though. I mean, we've got to repair
Yes, but the thing is, they're loose now, and so somebody piled them up.
So we're gonna move that to 27, 28.
Yeah, higher
Yeah.
priority. You all are okay with that?
Mhm.
It's because it's a safety too. Dell resurfacing is already under a TPF review. Amphitheater. This was out at the,
At the Bosque, at the La Llorona.
on the river levee. There again, just a thought.
Are part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that could be I really feel, I mean, I don't know where we want to put it in here. I think, it's probably in the right place, but I think it could really be utilized much better than it is right now. Because right now it's just people that want to take a walk from this side to that side, and there's just so much room there, and the river is, I mean, when we do get water, it's nice, but when we don't, it could be a recreation area anyway. But something to think about. We probably want to keep it where it is. What do you have it on? Kind of a 28, 29? Or
Yeah, it's out there.
what do you guys think?
I say leave it where it's at.
Playground, park playground and restroom upgrades.
I'm not gonna lie, I would like to move this one up, but they're very expensive and we'd probably be the only one here in our region. I really wanna get one of those swings for the wheelchair people. We'd be the only one here. Christus doesn't have one, the county doesn't have one.
Which park do you want it in?
I'm serious, you know what I'm talking about, right? The swings for the wheelchair? Nobody has them. But I know they're very, very expensive. And I know about water, sewer and everything, but man,
Well, I think the restroom upgrades would be
yeah,
separate.
restroom upgrades, yeah.
So we only have those behind, kind of, I call it
The first one,
the Fritz, in front of the Fritz store behind the community center. Those are the only ones, right? That's the other feedback we got. We were walking around with the merchants.
Those are the only restrooms that are connected to the town.
I mean,
That Los Leones, or that has a porta potty. It's been there forever, so I'm imagining it's the town. I don't know that maintains that because of the usage of that little park.
that'd be good to combine with them again. Like we did the water fountain and probably put,
And I think that's what this was planned on, honestly, was for Leonis Park.
Leonis Park, right
I
there.
think so, because the cost here is not,
Doesn't reflect.
it's not an upgrade, it's a full install.
I still want my swing. I'm gonna find donations for my swing.
That's what I'm telling you, we have money for playground equipment right now, so whatever playground equipment we look at, and if we did it at Commemorative Park,
Yeah.
then that would already be, the only issue is that park, well, any of our parks right now don't have wheelchair access. So wherever we do it, we have to build in other,
That comes back to paving that road in front of Child's Parking. That part, when we pave it, we can pave the road
do a little path
halfway
to it.
to it
Mhm.
at the same time.
We planned out as such.
Mhm. And that would be the ideal place, the park, to do it at, I think, because it's the most accessible.
But here I go again, I shouldn't say it, I'm going to help say it. Do you know how much business we'll bring? If we had it, nobody has these swings here at all.
I think Commemorative Park would be a
I
good
think so
park to
too.
have it.
It'd be great, you're doing the paving of the road and you can do your pavement
Or
to the,
pavement of the
Other-
parking lot.
for the handicap.
Yeah. I think that'd be cool. Plus, I think you could do that pretty easily if you're gonna do the parking
So,
lot.
so it would make Mesilla Marvin accessible. And that coincides with us making it more walkable too.
Exactly.
Because, people with mobility issues.
But the restroom upgrades, I mean, I'm thinking that that needs to be kind of separate, and we need to really think about that. If we wanna bring, if we're gonna have all this public access to our parks, and we wanna bring pickleball, and we're having fiestas, and we wanna do Frontier Fair and other things, right? That we're gonna have to really think about restrooms, because people want restrooms, and they have to be decent, and the store owners do not want to be burdened by people asking them, can we use your bathroom?
The issue that having,
Therefore, would we have it?
Well, that's what I'm just
that's
saying.
but you know, you
We
have,
need to think about it.
you have European cities that have restrooms, you know,
You want to go over next to in the plaza?
What do
no,
you-
not in the plaza, no. But if you go to Europe, they have
Interesting.
restrooms for public use and, you know, convenient for the tourists, the people.
People, okay,
So there could be concepts, but it's true, you're drawing more people to the parks, the town, the plaza, and you only have that one restroom.
Yeah.
And it's not a nice restroom.
well, that's what I hear too, and I haven't had to use
No,
it because
I've been in there and it's
not good. So I think we need to kind of think about that and prioritize that separate from
But-
playground. I mean, I think this was specific to Los Leones, correct?
I think so.
Yeah. So I think if we could pull that out and then just maybe put it 28, 29, just not to have to think about it right now, but think about it for the next year and maybe even,
because Los Leones, isn't there plans to put a loop around the
That is
park?
another
So,
one.
I mean, you have to take all that into consideration for that park.
And that park's used a lot for
Yes.
baseball and
The
they use
little,
it for the
for
kids.
the little kids, I mean,
And stuff on there.
well,
so-
I mean, if that one has a porta potty, somebody's maintaining
but
it.
that park is gonna have a loop, I understand, going around the park.
Up on the ditch or what?
No, it's gonna take some of the property. I mean, this was in the works a long time when Debbie Lujan was there. She told me about it. They were going to put a loop around that and make it open to Calle Primera, which is a dead end right now.
It's two items on our capital
Yeah.
list now.
So, but again, if you're talking about a restroom
I
there,
hadn't heard that.
Yeah.
Oh, Los Leones parking
Yes.
loop improvements. I
Yes.
see. I had not seen that. Okay, and that's way
so
out
that should
to,
coincide with the bathroom too, if you're gonna put one in there.
in there, for sure. So I think, anyway, to me, I think we need to think overall about restrooms. Because that's the other big issue that people complain about during fiestas and all our activities is there's not enough bathrooms.
There
Where's the
aren't- Actually,
bathroom?
there aren't any, unless the businesses let them use restrooms.
And they don't want to.
want to. The only one is there across from the, near the community center.
Right.
No,
That's it.
they rent the bathroom.
But they do, they put porta potties,
Yeah.
they put,
Oh, okay.
but again, it's only for those big fiestas.
Not for like Frontier Fair and
If there are other events, they
The-
don't have that.
yeah, those. But just a thought that maybe we need to think about that engineering wise and everything. What would make sense for restrooms and how could we make them
And locations, design and everything.
Location, design,
I mean,
more
You guys find
paddle?
locations to put these bathrooms, please let me know.
No, I'm just saying, we had the same thing going, even though we've done a lot of other things in the town. That's the only place they've ever been. And we get so many complaints. And I even get complaints that they're closed half the time during the fiestas, which I'm sure they're not. Or maybe they emergency close because they're so bad or something. Have
But
you
you're
heard
talking about
anything?
that restrooms by the community center?
Yes.
They're not closed. I mean, but there's,
Well, I'm just saying.
no, but they're never closed. for people.
People
Yeah.
complain that they're not accessible all the time. So I don't know if they close them to clean them, if they get overwhelmed.
They're closed at night.
Yeah, they close them like at 7,
then they
7:30,
reopen
and they
them.
open them up early in the morning. the
Well,
next
I know that.
There was,
I
I think I've only had one complaint of it being closed, and that was on I think it was on Christmas Day.
Okay. Well, I've just heard that they're sometimes not
And
accessible
that was
even
just
when
because
they're
we had gotten out there to open them.
on Christmas Day.
I think that's gotta be Jerry's job, opening the book in the bathroom.
You'd have to
I'm
pay
trusting
me
Amadas,
more.
I'm sorry, I'm trusting Amadas.
Okay, restroom.
All right.
add a
Okay.
stipend.
Next
to-
item on there, Kaisuit widening and drainage improvements. So the cost on that, in the estimate, because the engineers did a hard estimate on that, is quite a bit more than that. Because of the easements, right of ways, looking at, sewer extension while we're there, because that for sure is definitely not an area that has sewer.
And that's Avenida de Snow?
No, that's Oeste to Snow, where the road goes here and then goes here.
Yeah, it's, just wondered. Calle del Sur. I mean, a lot of people,
Keeping that on the list as a priority.
yeah, that's okay.
It's one of the roads that also has some crazy potholes and everything else on it.
Yeah, that is strange going. I mean, it's hard, you can hardly get to vehicles in some parts of it.
Good. Yeah. Park of the, what it said, Los Leones.
Parking loop improvements.
So that was, originally the thought was, as trustee mentioned, was to put a loop around or to figure out some sort of parking improvements to go around that park, whether it loops around or not, so.
Or they just take some of the park to establish parking.
I would
That'd be
not take
fine.
some of that park away.
Well,
That's what the loop would do, though.
Yeah, that park would take the.
That's why I didn't really like the idea of the
I didn't
loop,
like it, I don't like it either, but.
because it would
we can
take
always
quite
change
quite a bit of the green space of the park. I mean, it
Yeah.
would infringe on the
I'm
ball
not a
field.
big fan of taking the park.
And so,
Some of there was, who was it? One of the engineers brought up, because that was brought up at one point recently in just a bypass conversation, but we could also see about working with, I didn't think it was necessarily a good idea, but it has potential working with EBID, and the levy could be utilized either in that section it goes underground, or the levy itself is,
you talk about the second,
Yeah.
Mhm.
you could put it underground.
in any of these acequias. In fact, in conversations that I've had with EBID, they try to move to putting the acequias underground where
The
possible.
one that goes through the town of Musil.
That's the one.
Because
I
I remember having a conversation.
I
No,
looked
no,
at
you
them,
told
I
me
said,
it couldn't
"You're-"
be done because they're historic. I mean, they're pretty.
I told them you're cuckoo if you think that's gonna happen here, because that's not gonna happen. But they do it. They try to put them underground, like all throughout
Yes,
everywhere, because it actually conserves water.
yes.
So
But it's part of the charm for Musil to have these.
correct, and but we could do that
I think
as an
that-
option. So
I think the loop, we should just make it go a little bit further out, it always goes fine.
I think it should be well thought out and the impact.
You can make more parking, everything's parallel. If we just turn the parking diagonal, we make more parking spaces than we do parallel. So if we change the parking spaces there to parallel,
And,
we'll have more
and
space.
when people use the park, sometimes they park on the street, is it Calle Segunda? And they block, you can't get through there.
Right.
And so,
I say we loop through it again, but I don't think we need to move that up. Right, the gate should just stay right where it's at.
so push out one more.
Yeah,
I'll be looking at him like that.
no, I can hear you.
It's 2029?
Yeah, so it'd be 2030.
Okay.
and I don't know, I mean, putting that loop in, the residents probably wouldn't like that.
Town hall park upgrades. And that's the one at the public safety building.
Oh, that's the one. Well, do you know what was being thought of there? Just the,
Grades.
I think that park needs that.
There was
I do too.
I think
There's our people.
it was a shelter
It would
or
take
a
the green space.
covered shelter and some trees and things like
Isn't that where our little dog thing is? There's
that.
a,
It's there now, but I think that's where our shelter.
You know why that park is abandoned? Somebody was supposed to be in charge of that park. They adopted that park years ago.
That's what you had said, or somebody told me that.
so across from
With the
the,
Reyes,
across
there's a
from,
family that adopted that park
to take care of.
to take care of it. And I want to say it was done during Gadena's term.
I don't mean to interrupt, but that was a appeal that was gonna be for Johnny.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Their family was supposed to keep the park up. Thank you.
Talking about getting land, I mean, across from the fire station, there's a vast amount, there's a big lot there. Of vacant land.
Yeah. And it's
And that
been,
could be done as a little
Is
park, the
it-
green space park and the pickleball. And
if the
No, I'm
Hills-
serious. I mean,
I don't know
you're
who
looking
owns that. Is
I don't know, but
it Hills or
it's
still
a big piece of
the
property.
Fritz?
So,
Okay, so, that probably can stay where it is, right, 2029? And then the Calle de San Rufino.
San Rufino.
500,000.
Cause you think how long San Rufino is?
It's pretty long.
It is.
Mhm.
How's the water and sewer?
It would all be evaluated, so that
Yeah.
price it would likely change.
That bar like a little bit over 2 million.
Yeah,
Or
because,
1 million.
but that's, if improvements on that street are needed, because it's used.
They
quite a
all
bit.
need it.
No, but it's used quite a bit.
Is
Yeah, but
that
I'm
one,
worried, once again, we're gonna tear up the street. We're there, we gotta do the sewer and
Yeah, I mean,
water,
because that
again,
that's.
so 500,000, but
Is
you mean, that goes back to, let's see.
is that a two-way, all of our roads are two-way? Except for the ones right
That
along.
one is two-way all the way up and down.
I say leave it.
Yeah, for sure. We need to look at that.
Right, water system standby generator, I think we were taking that one off, right?
Which one, sir?
The generator,
For where?
because it was a standby generator that we were talking about originally putting to hook up to the water well, so if necessary. I think you said you had one, right?
Well, I have a generator, but we're supposed to have an electrician go out there and see if the generator will work.
Which says,
And what kind of connections you can find for, OEM can bring one
right,
in emergency, but we have to have the right connections. And I thought they would have an electrician going out there looking at that.
we did, so
So I don't know
we'll
what's.
get that from them.
Okay, so we take this
So I
one
think
off,
we
or
take, so
put a
this one,
question mark?
ultimately, in other words, this one should probably likely be taken off, just because there's other options out there. And then when we look at a generator in general, and that's other discussions that we've had internally, is they have a life just like anything else, regardless if they're used or not. So it's likely that it wouldn't be used, it would be a piece of equipment that we purchase and it just sits there.
But his part is you gotta take care of it.
You know,
Is
we
trying
have
to-
alternatives that would probably come at a cheaper price.
And you'll update us on that one?
Last road resurfacing. It's another one where water lines would be reviewed.
Yeah,
And sewer,
and that's 2030, so that's
that
about
was
right.
even there.
And then Estrada Road with the same.
Mhm.
What are you doing on Estrella Road?
No, what would be done there?
Hmm?
Do you know what the idea is?
Resurfacing, adding sewer, looking at water lines. Probably, I'd imagine looking at the entrance off of Sur, how that entrance is, because it's
It's narrow.
very narrow.
It's narrow all the
You're
way
halfway in
down.
a ditch if you're not careful.
That's why I ride a scooter around to see if it's so much of it.
Yeah,
But I
the-
mean, that would go through whatever that rehabilitation looks like. Would go through that
We can
process.
leave it right there.
but, yeah. This glass has a lot more options than Estrada, but both of those need to be looked at for sure.
So now
No, what?
projects or to add. I just want ideas more than anything.
Sewer and water.
Sewer and water there, where first though? What part of town do you want to hit first? Or have reviewed first?
The oldest lines first. Yes, the clay water lines out is,
I would go from the oldest to the newest.
Right. For water lines.
But in conjunction with looking at road repair and, right, road repair and.
That'd be water, sewer, and road repair.
I mean, I think we have
Maybe-
to do it comprehensively like that. I think that's the only smart way to do it. And people then feel like their turn is coming up and that kind of thing.
Correct. And that's why we try to
Yeah,
look at these and getting them done where they need to be done.
first.
But if you have residents who have also expressed that, such as Bolt and Teresita, that's something that can be reviewed.
Yeah.
You know, other areas, all of them need to be looked at, whether it be a chip seal and simple surface with tar, kind of like how they did on Snow from Union all the way around the county, did a chip seal on that. That could be something that happens with several of our roads, just to give them
Yeah, and
the
those are
crack seal.
that new, a little bit of more modern technology, isn't it? Like it doesn't, I just remember going to that, I had my hat on this morning with the paving company. I mean, it seemed to me like they've really improved the possibility of, and I thought that we had employed some of that new technology.
We're using a new filler, right, pothole filler.
Mhm.
That
That isn't as,
works where you just put it down and then you just drive over it a couple of times and it
compacts.
compacts it and it sets it. And
Because the old
it's
fashioned way was
pretty
just
crazy,
so labor intensive and all
But
that
that's only
stuff.
good for
Small ones.
small, potholes. It's like we have sections of road that need to be replaced throughout
Yeah.
town too.
Okay.
Or patched.
I'm all about water, sewer, and roads. Project wise.
But do you have are you getting feedback from residents in specific areas?
Mostly the old ones. Like they said, go from the old to the new. Or we could ask,
I mean, the whole,
also to those, I wish Virgil was here, we could ask him, where is he having more problems with the water lines busting and stuff on there? He would know
Right.
where we should start at.
which is something that we always review. And
Yeah,
I go
he
through
needs
that,
to,
so.
he needs to tell us, you know what, you guys, I understand you guys wanna do this road, but honestly, over here is worse. You know, that's where we need to find out where he needs, he would know. That's what he should know.
But do you know, on this with land use, does anything come out for anybody about what else we could add to our projects? I mean, are we satisfied? I'm sorry, I might be talking.
No.
Are we
This is open,
satisfied with
please.
this, with our list? Because that list has been built, we built it, you know, that list has been sitting there for a few years and we just look at it every year to make, one, to do our top 3 priorities, but also to pursue other funding. But this implementation matrix thing, the land use, I mean, is there anything, I mean, we just, you know, we were just picking up trash by that home, you know, by the Ortegas, you know, on the other side of Palacios, you know, where it's just burnt up a couple of times and stuff. I mean, things like that. I mean, do we want to try to, I mean, that's what this land use is, you know, create design for, you know, partner with local, assist property owners in retaining and preserving structures, you know. You know, do we want to dedicate time to that or money or whatever to preserve like that particular house right there on our main strip? I'm just asking, I'm just, you know, I don't know with that, but it was one of the things that came out of of all our talks and all that stuff.
But that house has, I mean, that building has a lot of potential,
Yeah,
a lot of potential.
but it's deteriorating quick.
Well, it's suffered a lot.
Yeah,
So I think that when you think about projects like that, think about it from a broader perspective in thinking that if we get the historic preservation plan completed,
mhm,
that's going to help identify specifics
Properties.
that need to properties that are presently within that need to be updated, that have that. It also, because we're getting the CLG certification, we'll have access to funding to help rebuild some of these properties, or at least facades, roof lines, so that we can, it'll be some funding that will be available to help with that. And the potential of that, I mean, or we can go after, maybe not through CLG specifically, but through other funding opportunities that are out there to help our residents with restoration as needed. And then I think that a big part of that has been a discussion that we will continue with our nuisance ordinance and holding accountability for not maintaining, especially once we create the arms through the town to help support our residents with that. So if we can help them get it done, then we'll get it done. But if they're intentionally not doing it, there needs to be actions that can be taken as well.
okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
But I think through the overall plans that we do, that's kind of run through Eddie's department in community and economic development, and how we assess that, how we help, how we mitigate from our standpoint.
And we can get there through our capital improvement ask of $150,000 to do historic preservation inventory.
To rebuild that inventory.
Yeah, and then to do, what else is needed to do that? Do we need to put that as somewhere in our,
So there's also, I mean, in what I just mentioned, there's quotes and updates that would need to be happening, which I actually have through one of the grants that we have open right now. I'm going to do a request to that to see if some of the funding can be utilized for code updates specifically, because otherwise that's something that we, as a broader spectrum where we pay attorney fees already, we go through a process of doing code updates internally, and then they get reviewed by the attorneys. But that's where we just keep those attorneys' fees set and but utilize them for code updates all the way around where we need them,
okay. Well, something to think of.
which is what we've been talking about. So
Right.
that funding, or that internal funding that we have already, helps pay for that. That's just another sidebar conversation through this budget process that we need to have, but kind of related but not related.
Okay, cool. And then how about this? This was mentioned, this shuttle thing to try to get people in and out of the plaza. Any thoughts on that? Do we need to devote any money or time to it this year, in this year's budget? Anybody?
I think that even if it's not this year, it's something that we can add in here
Okay,
because it's other
For-
equipment, other.
okay. Yeah, let's add it in there for 29, maybe?
You want a shuttle to show people in and out?
No, it was just an idea. And we talked about, people do that. Like they shuttle people in and out of big events. I mean, the fair does that,
Well, you need to look at where the parking would be. Like the elementary school has parking,
Right.
and it's not being used by the school, so you need
Right.
to partner with that school. Then Zia Middle School has parking,
Right.
so there's parking there where people
Right.
could park, but they need to be brought in.
Transported.
Yeah.
So how would we do that? But that's something we can put down and maybe invest in in a future date. I mean, that is something that came up. What are your thoughts on it? Because that's what
That's hiring, so are you wanting to invest in our own shuttle?
well, I don't know yet. I mean, I don't know. Do we
Because if we're
even,
gonna invest in our own shuttle, that means which one of you gentlemen is gonna be driving? Because with me driving, you'll be there in 30
But
seconds.
you could partner with
You can
Yeah.
partner with somebody.
I mean,
There's a
and
company that
pay,
does that.
yeah, a company that
for
does that,
events.
for events.
Like we don't own it, or we don't,
But something to think about for the future is so that because we get a lot of complaints during those times where either people can't park or people are parking.
Parking's always been an issue. That's
Right.
always been a problem. That just happened recently.
No,
It's
I
been an
know.
issue for years.
Yeah. But
So,
as we
okay.
try to get more people in, right, and build back up to what and it's our gross receipts taxes. That's how we fund our roads, sewers, and water, is to get people in here to buy in restaurants and all that stuff so that
So
our
let's
gross
step
receipts
back a
tax.
little bit when you say that. We first got to advertise Messiah. So how are we going to attract people into Messiah first? Before we start shuttling, we got to attract people back into Messiah first.
I mean, I think it almost has to happen simultaneously, because if they come here and have a bad experience, then they won't like it either. But you're right. I mean, I think, we talk about that separately or invest money in it or something like.
Which we do already. So every
Yeah.
year we do our cooperative marketing through the state.
Yeah, so what,
And that's a grant where we pay a portion, the third of that, and then the state matches that, and then they actually, like, there's specific tiers that we apply for to do that. So like right now you're seeing, if you're on social media, you're seeing a huge social media push for Messiah, and that's coming from
the state.
the state.
I
getting
think I
those
do.
posts
I
out.
mean, but it's different sites you have to be on. And I'm even thinking, I think you mentioned this last time, which it did occur to me, having those billboards coming from El Paso and coming on I-10 and I-25. I mean, that would be a good investment, don't you
We
think?
have one.
Well,
I
I
haven't came
know,
back from Deming. I haven't seen the one in Deming. If we lost them, then I don't know when we lost them, but there's one on I-10 coming this way from Deming. There's one there.
I know, but they could be really upgraded too. That it's been the same one
I'd
forever.
love to have the one back on Valley. The digital one. We were on that one.
See,
And that one had
I
posted our
remember that.
events on it and
That
everything.
one was only during the yes list though, but we can.
We need to go back on there. That one was nice.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud
Don't we
here.
have one on 10 and 25? 10, there's one, there's two, right?
I'll be honest, I took that one out with the cost of that.
It was very
Just
expensive.
they are expensive, and I put it into social media.
Okay,
uh,
which is
But we
maybe,
can always reinvest in it. So
and
I'd
it
rather go
may,
back and reinvest in it because our social media isn't, you know how I feel about that, but I'd rather go back to the billboards.
well, and I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's data saying, I'm
I think it just
thinking,
depends upon where the billboard is at, because when it's so far out, that's people don't
pay attention, so it's gotta be closer in.
It's
Just
close,
a
and that's
thought.
why I think the local, you're right with the digital ones in the local area, it brings that awareness and that
That-
thought.
That one right there at the railroad track was perfect because you wait for the train and that thing just keeps ding, ding, and it got advertising and it brought people in, and we need to just go back on that one for sure.
Okay. And is there anything else we could do social media wise to get the word out, do you think?
There's any number of things.
Yeah,
I know that there's specific packages that were applied for this year to see, to build that. I think there was an influencer one in there too that we were looking at to
okay.
try to get an influencer in.
Something, I do feel, I mean, feedback from the businesses, feedback from the residents is that, just letting people, and we've talked about this a million times, letting people know we're here and how special it is and how nice and we do have nice restaurants and enough to walk around for a half a day or whole day or 2 days or stay in one of the STRs and.
Well, we're also working a lot closer with Visit Las Cruces for that marketing side because they have the marketing dollars to make things happen a lot easier. So that partnership is being built up and is stronger.
Oh, good.
And they actually created for the town that they pass out, and they gave us some copies to pass out, which I'll have, now that I think about it, I'll give it for the next meeting. So they created a little passport book that has like clues, like when you go to Mesilla, take a picture next to what the building that you hear ringing on the hour, that type of, so it gives a clue so that you take the pictures, and the way they have that passport set is you take the pictures and you post them, and you share it that as such and mark it off, and then you send them the completed card, and then they send you some sort of swag.
Oh, cool.
So
I have a question.
good idea overall, but it costs money to do things
I had a
like
question when you
that.
mentioned the influencer. What is that concept?
So if you're familiar with it, and Visit Las Cruces does it a lot. So in fact, they have one coming in this upcoming weekend for their Mira Fest that they do, Mira Las Cruces. But they actually have the influencer is actually coming to Mesilla. So that's that partnership. So basically, if you've seen where somebody, an influencer is an individual that's on social media already that has a very large amount of followers. So that they're there. So they might be going into a restaurant and they're videoing themselves enjoying a taco while they're doing that. But they might also have a partnership with because I just even had one or the discussion for one for the drink Jarritos. If they have that with them while they're pouring that or drinking it and showing that, then that's that part.
There's one in El Paso that does Mesilla a lot too.
Mhm.
There's a couple that do it from El Paso for Mesilla.
But apparently that's big. It's big and it's big business.
It's big business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's where people are getting a lot of their information is from these.
So that's where when we think about the current generation, well, I shouldn't say the current generation because it fluctuates, but that's a lot of people are watching to see what's trending and what influencers are saying. Where are they enjoying a good meal? Where are they going out to enjoy a fiesta? So
As in
And
social
having
media
those
wise,
experiences.
everybody's up here. We need to catch up.
Because it's good marketing. I mean,
It is good marketing. That's what I'm
I mean,
saying.
you talk about the billboards, but they're fixed someplace. This really gets out to a wider
Right, but
audience.
that's what I'm saying. Everybody's moving up with social media, and he knows exactly how I feel about it. We're down here. Like, we need to catch, we can't keep up with them because of our small budget, and I get that part, but
that's why
we
if
gotta-
we're paying $12,000 a year for a billboard out in the middle of nowhere, why are we spending that money for a billboard that's probably pulling in 500 people throughout the entire year, maybe if we're lucky, or if we spent that $12,000 on an influencer or 2 or 10, what's
I'm down
the
on
draw?
trying it, but I'm down on trying the whole influencer thing or whatever. But we gotta hold them accountable for it too.
Well, and I will say that that's in a thing like that, think about it in the sense of driving down on the specifics. That's my opportunity with the team to get that going. I'll take your ideas and run with them 10 times over.
I think
So,
something we should pursue is really the trending thing out there, and people. I mean, they listen to these individuals and they take. And I'm saying a billboard's nice, but people could speed right by it and not even notice. Well, this is something that's available to
Especially
a
for
wide
the-
audience. I mean,
The young people and travelers.
well, it's more than. I mean, it is young, but there's a lot of more.
That's what I'm saying, the
age
digital one
varies.
here locally, I'd rather keep. If you wanna save the money, take the one off of 10 and 20.
Well, yeah, I mean,
10 off.
because that.
there was only the one.
There's two. The one from Denny coming in?
That was the only one.
There was one from El Paso coming in?
At that one, if there was one over there, I'd be more apt to that than.
Yeah,
I didn't
because the
know.
one on I-10
The one in
has
Denny, I
gets,
didn't understand.
Well, and it was always, the part that bothered me is that it faced the west, so, which is good, but it was faded before we knew it, so, because of that.
But I think we should pursue this as a way to market
As long
Mesilla.
as we keep up
Trending,
with it.
whatever's trending,
Yes,
As long as we keep up with it.
Right, and it's not easy.
that's the fun part.
Yeah, it's not easy. Okay, so.
But that's where
because-
we utilize the support with multi-agencies
Yeah.
to make that happen.
So right now, we are looking at adding stuff to this thing.
I see
Do
it.
we,
So think about
do we need to add
capital.
anything?
What's a capital purchase?
Yeah.
What,
Just to
you
stay
know,
on
so
track.
think about, we talk about roads, we talk about water, we talk about sewer, those are gonna happen, you know,
Right.
but, and we'll look at asset management and see what it takes to get that asset management. And really drive down on that part.
And we
But-
have stuff in there for,
There's other equipment too to
Parks.
think about, so in that, you know, think about parks, think about any other spaces, ideas, anything in that. You know, we talk about parking, there can always be a look at,
One-way streets.
well, that's an internal measure that we would do, which will, but the parking situation, looking at acquiring land.
and that's what I
Or
would
for
like to
parking.
pursue. I mean, and I brought this up a lot about that, where those ponding areas are.
Right, over on the
Good
side.
thing. And it's close by.
Where?
Right down the street, there's two big ponding
on
areas.
Universe, just where they
And-
finished.
And that would be not, and a lot of that is already being used as parking for the project. And so,
Across from Mesilla Farms,
Mm-hmm.
by across the street from Shorty's or.
And-
what's
and-
I
it
mean,
called?
and the land for parking could be anywhere, that's a separate discussion that,
Yeah.
to identify and find, but if
Somebody-
that's something that we add on to here, it would just be an identifying so that we
Yeah,
know.
identifying for
Just-
parking and parks and green spaces. So that we should look at both of them.
Right.
We want to have green spaces around
Mhm.
town.
Mhm. And we have some empty lots that maybe we could, and they wouldn't have to be that big, and we could have them just as flower gardens or
Yeah,
something.
there's one in the corner of Calle Tercera and Calle Cordon, that's just a small lot.
Mhm. Well, even the one next to the house and between, and is that Velia's property? Between the bar and the house?
Which one?
I think that's the backyard of that.
Yeah, it is.
that Property.
It is all one property,
It's-
but I wonder if we could purchase that whole thing and make that a little something. But I think that'd be expensive.
They still own by the local, the family, right?
Just like I told the residents in our last meeting, when we had the public meeting for the park,
Uh-huh.
and we were talking about commemorative park and upgrades in there, because it was brought up, well, how expensive things can be. And I think that it's true, things can be expensive, but that should not disqualify us from saying, this is something we want.
Yeah.
Because if it's something we want, it might take us 2 or 3 years, 2 or 3 phases to get it taken care of and to get it purchased. But to say no right out the gate,
Yeah,
to me,
that's-
that doesn't fly. So if it's, you know, purchasing and looking at property for a library, for a parking lot, for extra parking, or green space, for pickleball courts, then let's do it. You know,
Well,
what
I say we
do
do
you
it.
hear? What do you want? What would make you happy? Because in extension, in thinking about it, everybody, the 5 of us, if Stephanie was here as well with us right now, have been elected into this position to represent the people. So ideally, ideas that you bring forward would be representative for the community as well. So think about it in that sense. Of course, we'll have community meetings on everything, but you're in this position for a reason. So bring the ideas to the table, please.
But that should be kind of, it should be done sooner than later, the identification of land for potential
Then-
projects, parks, parking, whatever.
I like that one right on. Little place falling apart. Let's see if we can buy it from them.
Yeah.
and make that a green space. Wouldn't it be nice?
Because
A flower
we're
garden.
gonna do a work session on one-way, a discussion for one-ways. We'll do a work session on purchasing land for.
Green space.
We just need to put it on this listing.
Yeah.
So we should
That's-
put it on the listing for,
And that's what I'm saying is that if there's anything that I have learned more than anything over the past 3 years in doing this now, is that if we're gonna go after funding for anything, this already shows that we open a public process in an open meeting to add projects to this. We will always continually add and gain feedback through this. It is and will be eventually adopted, especially the ICIP, adopted by the Board of Trustees. So it has the governing board backing that. So it shows already that the public support in the projects. That's why it's important to have whatever projects we want to be going after listed in our capital plan. That way we can plan on it and build it. Go after it. It's not just for looking at projects that can be funded by our legislators during session. It's every project that we want to look at through this entire town. What do we need? We need a new fire truck eventually, right? Or refurbishing a fire truck. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That even though we're already looking at alternative measures for that, that's one, right? So, fire hydrant replacement, we're coming up with the program to continually do that. Water line replacement, always going to be there, so it's thinking outside of the box. We heard that there's or at least I heard I think it was the last meeting, that there was a request for a new bulldozer. Not bulldozer, backhoe, right? So that's an item that can be added on here. We'll find the funding, not necessarily that it's going to be. It could be a capital request, because think that we just got a street sweeper, and that was a capital outlay item. But there's
So
funding.
then let's put the back
to
row
do
on
that.
it there.
Perfect.
Let's put the back row.
That's what that is, right?
Mhm.
Right, so add it on there.
It's gonna go here, and if I find the funding this year, I'll see it. Is that right?
Mhm.
2 words or 1?
1, 2.
It might be hyphenated.
Yeah, I think it is.
But that's what I'm getting at. It is.
So what other equipment do we need? That's like necessary that we need? Because everybody keeps going off the track, and we're gonna be here all night. What other equipment do we need?
That's what. As you've worked with your departments, what have you heard?
Vehicles? I'm looking at Ben.
Which we already have a plan
To
through
rotating, but we're gonna be.
through rotating. They're not going to
What
necessarily.
year are we gonna need it? This is what year though? This year, next year, right?
Yes.
2028. We're gonna need,
I'm using LA phone.
okay,
Right.
Okay, well, anything else?
let's see.
So
They need, vehicles for utilities. How old are those vehicles?
those need to be rotated through.
Those are pretty old too. Utility vehicles.
And those are, when we go through to do the marshal's vehicles, we're gonna be looking at the utility vehicles as well, and through NMFA, and doing a loan and doing one or two at a time.
Cause I think utility vehicles, I don't know how old they're pretty old, okay?
We have the older truck is the brown truck, so.
No, those white ones, what's your name? We got them under Debbie.
The Dodges,
Mm-hmm.
well, they're still a brown,
Those are all purchased at the same time.
Yeah,
all at once.
So we
But we're
probably
gonna
should
start
be
reviewing
rotating,
that inventory and rotating them out one by one.
okay, so that's,
and that's the way to do it. Okay,
Um,
what else do we need to talk about?
You know,
they need another, I'll say it, they need another ambulance.
Well, we have 3 ambulances right now, correct?
But one's over, right?
2 of them are old.
Well, you need a new one then, right?
We're gonna need a new one probably in about 3 to 4 years, mid, max.
Put it on.
Number of miles we're putting on that truck.
Mhm.
Okay.
Because we're definitely planning for 3 years out, so we need to be.
That's why I'm saying
Well, we're planning for 5 years out.
fires out.
So we're
That's why
really
you have
planning
that
on 28, 29, 30, 31, 32.
Huh?
Right?
That's it. Oh, I won't be here. I'm just joking.
Wow. Don't say
Not my
that.
problem.
Don't say that. I definitely won't be here, but you guys still have to stay. Everybody
You know,
else has to stay.
I think one of the interesting, and I'll bring it up because I know Trustee Nevadas has brought it up before, is that, we talk about our green space a lot. And an interesting concept that we, might look at in preserving and showcasing our green space would be to acquire a piece of property large enough, whether it be within the green space or outside of the green space, that we could do working and live demonstrations, have the true outdoor farmers markets,
Do we have a
Do-
farmer's market already?
kind of. I think it's, but we yeah, and we were just talking with a resident about that earlier today too, and revitalizing and which the Dorothy's already working on that and has created an oversight committee
Yeah.
to work on that, which is great. So that'll be good. But I'm thinking in lines in the conversations that we've had when we think about up in the northern part of the state where Los Ranchos and Los Poblanos, those specific business models might be advantageous as long-term phased out potential for space where we could do.
What I was thinking is,
Events,
acquiring land and having if you want to call it demonstration areas for alternative crops, and partner with the university because they have programs and the students could work on the project to maintain it.
Yeah.
And then we the one that the link I sent you.
Los Ranchos is
But you know what it is? Space is on 292, which is up from my house, is that triangle piece of property? That across from the walking path? I mean, that has been empty they're not even bothering to plant anything there anymore, you know what I mean?
That'll be a discussion when we get to
Yeah, so I'm just saying that could be it.
potential.
But we're trying to figure out what we need to put on
on here.
this.
Yeah.
You guys keep sidetracking.
No,
Let's talk about what we need to add on this list. Wow, we're gonna be here till midnight.
Okay.
yeah.
That's what I'm like.
Well, that's why we were going to the new, but anyway, I think that's.
So, do you agree though that something like a green purchase
Right,
would
yes.
be wise?
There, see?
I mean, I'll go and I'll put the park stuff in here.
Yeah.
In a little bit.
I'm on my
as
wheelchair.
well.
Maybe.
That's probably gonna happen by,
I
The
will
end.
find fundings for that one.
we have it already, that's what I'm telling you, that, I have playground equipment money
That's
and
been
then
on
if
my
we
mind
use
for
some of that
like
money
8 years
for-
already.
that we have phased out in commemorative park and put it in commemorative park in particular, we can do that. Those are easy things.
Otherwise, we'll touch me on that one.
And especially because there's agreements, commemorative park would be the great space for that.
Okay, so anything
You
else?
guys did not talk to your
Come
hands?
on,
Wow. I'm gonna live more.
come on, human finance. Any ideas? I mean, we just need to put lists of equipment, things we need to think about.
A lot of
We need
stuff
to-
you're a lot of stuff you're thinking about 3-4 years out.
Yes.
I mean, that's stuff that we would have to think about. It's not like,
You can come up.
right.
And then, ordinances stuff.
I don't know if I'm waiting for my turn or we're just discussing it, but
Okay.
I have my turn. Either that or I just email it to you, because again, I don't want to
Be here all
go
night.
on it, but yeah, just reference stuff.
Well, I think what else do you have in mind? Because obviously we're not coming up with too much stuff.
I mean, there's gonna be things that we go as we go, so, but we can always add to
We
it.
can have another work session, make sure all staff members here, we can ask, like, we have actually a.
Well, and that's the thing, is that even in our preliminary budget meetings that we've had, department by department, it was asking about staff, asking about infrastructure,
Right.
asking about that. We already did that,
Okay.
and not a lot came out of those already, so,
Now, we have enough to work with for 27, 28, and then we start thinking about 28, 29, 29, 30, 31.
we do need to add more.
Okay.
So be thinking about that between now and probably the next work session or, the next meeting, be thinking about that. Because it can be small purchases, like, there's been requests, and I mean, anything that we wanna look at is anything that's over a $10,000 threshold, basically. So there was a request to do, iPads or, small computers for all of the electeds as well as the appointeds on the, commission. So that's something that we could look at.
That would be good. It save a lot of time on taking copies, let me tell you. That would be
Only
good.
save a lot of
So you want us to put
trees.
tablets on there?
It's
Just
all-
put it on there, get it off his list.
Usually I just take notes and I listen, because you guys give me a lot of ideas about listening. No sense asking questions if it's gonna be.
But I think it's a good idea because it's something,
Putting a lot of trees.
yeah, it can save on printing paper, time, everything else. All you do is input it and it'd be easier to make changes if you're gonna update it.
What's this year again right here?
What's that?
What year is this that you put tablets under?
This one right here, or tablets, is, this upcoming fiscal year.
Okay,
So if I can find it, or if we have it in the budget this year, I'll make it happen this year.
I do one so I can see.
I think Public Works is gonna need some laptops as well, eventually. To me, it's more software, it's just more software. I mean, we talked a lot about Square 9, iWorks, everything. I mean, I don't use as much of the equipment as Public Works does, or these guys.
But you're right about software.
It's all
And that
software.
should be.
Record management, you know what I mean, the permitting process. Right now, we're using Microsoft Office to control our department, and
so put their software.
that's way,
Well, that part is
way
out.
advanced.
But
That's general budget, it's not capital.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what
But
we
I'm-
run through in operation.
What I'm saying is the last, with iWork comes GIS mapping with Public Works to locate, if they have their own laptop, on it, at least maybe Lorenzo or somebody, a couple people. So they'll be able to, they don't have to run back and forth to the office and locate it, print it, they're right there on the spot,
Right, and so when we look at, and that's one of the things that's not happening with capital, but when we look at the general budget, when we look at contracts and agreements, when we look at, or even, really, we won't dive down into all of the contracts and agreements, we look at the total, but the reasoning on why those totals for contracts and agreements, as well as any type of other expenditures that are the yearly expenditures would be increasing, that's where those would be reviewed,
I
is
know,
for situations like that.
let's say, we have signs here that says Mesilla, we have signs here in Mesilla. We don't have signs on 28, coming into Mesilla. They're by Union coming in, that says,
There's the blue hanging down one.
yeah, that little,
Someone hit it with
Yeah,
a car
yeah.
and it's gonna be replaced, but
if we can put another one, like you just did on 292, there that says welcome to Mesilla,
on that side.
on that side, that's. But on the other side, put thank you for visiting.
Okay. kind of like how those other ones say.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for visiting and welcome to Messiah.
We would just need to figure out an easement because we don't have property over there.
We can rent it. Yeah, we do have easement.
We can,
We have
Yeah.
easements on it.
we have DOT easement that's small and not big enough for us.
Maybe that's not, I think, the lines like that. Or we can do like the arch over,
Over the road.
over the road, arch.
Some towns and cities.
Some
do
people
that.
do have
Yeah,
that,
it's
yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
I'll let you have that conversation with DOT.
Okay.
Oh, with pleasure. With pleasure.
But those ideas like that, that's what.
That's what I'm
And so that's what so where I have main road signage, that would fall under main road signage.
I think DOT will let me.
So do we're taking off main road or pushing it back? Well, it's still gonna be on that in
Right.
2029 or 2030.
Yeah.
So as, just to move on to
Thank you.
get on that, let's just think on these, please,
Yes.
and let's get this nailed down. With ideas.
You guys said do the homework.
Email any ideas, to me if you would, and then I'll get them added in, and then we can have, further and I'll just go in through prioritization for the latter years, unless you tell me that you want it to be a high priority, for this upcoming year or the next year. Sound good? Game plan?
Yep.
Just don't forget me, please. All right?
Do your homework, you guys.
Okay, next
Trust
up,
you know about this.
personnel. We good so far?
Yep.
So real quick on this, as well, with other ideas, and I'll have it for you at the next meeting as well, that's potential here is because we did get feedback from that last community meeting as well, for other park infrastructure, so I'm just gonna throw that into these, in the green space, areas as well, and for other park infrastructure. That does include, because the splash pad always comes up at some time, as well as new, playground equipment and things like that, so we'll always look at that. The wheelchair swing, yes, and then noted, all right?
Yep.
Okay, next.
Where we at?
Organization. So these are all kind of when we look at. So we're looking at personnel, going through we'll do organization chart, and salaries first, and kind of have a multi-conversation on that. Not diving down into salaries in specific to the depth that we will. Because you, Trustee Garcia, you had, questions on that, so we'll address some of those questions. And then touching on benefits, in addition to that. I'll go looking at our current organization, as I had sent this out to you, before. So our everything that's in black is everything that we have presently that is, from the previous, organization charts. The black is already positions that are in there. Some of the positions are already approved by the board and have gone through the process. So when we look at the Calinda coordinator, this one was approved and has grant funding. I have not filled that position, and don't intend to fill it as of the moment, until I have further, communication with DOT on that specifically. The public safety clerk is another one that was created. So these are just making the homes and where they reside. This public safety clerk is actually in between the marshal and the chief, but I just put it under the marshal's department for now. That ACO codes is a current position, but when in internal discussions, one of the thoughts was to move it out from the Marshal's Department and actually put it under Economic and Community Development. And there's multiple reasons for that, primarily because this person works with the codes specifically and with the town codes and doing that side. But also, they don't have the extent of the enforcement that the Marshal's Department does on that side. But Eddie also has the experience with dealing with codes to directly help out with ensuring that we follow through with that side. Not that Eddie needs more on his plate, but that's what that is.
Well, I like the idea of
Yeah.
putting it there.
It makes more sense in discussions on that, so, that's what we would be looking at in there. We would be looking at, or a request in the potential would be to add a position, an extra position into community and economic development in specific, to kind of help to support the, Eddie in that side, in his department, but really the focus, and I'll let Eddie talk on that more than anything, because he has a measure of doing that. But what we would look at is internally, the support that would come from that would be a true focus on ordinances, or allow the director to have that true focus on the ordinances as well as fees and how fees are being charged, the fee schedules. Because for example, and this has come out as such in through all of this, is we have several at different areas where the town is encumbering the cost of certain things that happen, where it shouldn't necessarily be that, the town encumbering that cost. So ACO, we have somebody that surrenders their animal. If they surrender their animal, they surrender it to the town. The town takes it to the shelter. The town gets charged for that animal being surrendered. But in turn, we encumber that cost, and we do not pass that cost and charge the resident for doing that service. Where if the resident were to take the animal to the shelter themselves, it's the other way, right? So, and I don't think there's a cost for that, right?
They do charge them as well. That's why they prefer to call the municipality, they can, that way they don't have to pay.
So that they don't have to pay it. Gotcha. So that's one thing there. So if we continue with that same structure and looking at how we handle that with an ordinance, then that's just one example of quite a few. And I know Eddie will talk on that. I don't know if you want to talk right now on that or.
I'm ready.
Hey,
Open
let's
it
take
up.
notes, Eddie.
All right, well, this is where I get excited. I really enjoy looking at the numbers. There it is. No, I just want to, I got my notes right here.
Okay.
Looking at the numbers, and try to see where we can save money, try to see where we can make money. I've always enjoyed doing that, even if it's not my money, it's just a matter of my own goals, I guess I should say. But anywho, right now, what I've been doing is maintaining the course, right? Putting out fires as they come, but we continue to do the same thing over and over again, not specific by case, but as we keep going back and forth because there's no proactive. You're not being proactive and try to prevent problems while we're doing this is causing issues, right? Mayor picked one of them, while working with the code officer, the new one, he ended up picking up a dog, and it led to me asking Miss Gloria, hey, where do we put this line item? Because they want to send this dog. Normally, many municipalities, and not all of them, they'll say, hey, well, you need to go pay for it. And they knew, the person that called knew that, I know I have to pay a fee for you to come pick it up. They didn't know that. So how many times I bet that has happened? Maybe not as many, but this is every little bit helps, right? So with that, then we talk about the hearing examiner, right? The hearing examiner is another thing, is whenever a court enforcement or ACO does cases or citations, if it goes that route, most of those expenses get requested to the hearing examiner or the judge to pass those expenses to the person that did the violation. For example, a dog at large. Dog at large, guy, it was at night, it was a weekend, he had to call in. My citations that I'm used to, you add all that up, all those expenses, call in, 1.5 hours, and then whenever you submit that case to the hearing examiner, the judge, all those expenses get, if obviously found guilty, are passed on to the person or the suspect, I guess you should say, in that case. So civilly, it's much better, and I think that would help offset some of the costs if we do go the route with the hearing examiner, with paying some of that. That way, we're not absorbing all that cost ourselves. I got a list. I don't know if you can see that, but I printed it out. I need to get my glasses. Grab one. So, if I can just, I'll give you all of them. Any of them will work. So we're starting to find, and Trustee Garcia, and even when Jerry comes in, and the few times that I talked with Trustee Cadena, we're trying to find, we're starting to find a lot of holes or loopholes or areas in the community development that are not being addressed. And it's hard to address them whenever my main focus, I'm tied to the desk doing permits. Right, I mean, it's not every day, or not all day, but it's constant. People, it's not coming in doing permits, they're asking questions and having meetings and those sizes. So it's difficult to oversee the historic preservation. It's difficult if the code department code officer does come to community development. It's going to be difficult. That in itself, I was surprised that they were under a marshal's department or even under community development, because in itself, if you look at the municipalities, even though Macias is small, but we're a historic town, and there's a lot of work that needs to get done. And it's not just about going out there and giving tickets, it's having programs to support and educating. If we look at some of the things that I wrote, there's an education-based enforcement that I think it works very, very well. It's similar, like whenever you get a ticket, whenever you're driving, and then you get a ticket, in lieu of going to court and having that added to your driving score or whatnot, and your insurance going up, you have to take a course, right? So and if you see somebody with weeds or any kind of even running at large and stuff like that, then you would have to go to a court. People would get educated why they did something wrong, but they wouldn't even have to pay maybe like half the fee, and it's an online course. You wouldn't have to pretty much monitor. They will register. They'll run through the course, they do a small survey, and then they'll just pay the fee. That would be an automatic, and we can continue to do that to try to educate as well as create the minimum revenue. I can talk, with court enforcement, many things that needs to happen. SOPs, what needs to happen to set up that department. Animal control is just the same thing. Hearing examiner I talked about. Landscaping ordinance, all the ordinances that I listed, there's a few of them, but the few of them, we have an RV ordinance that says that, they're not allowed to live more than 14 days on the RV, and no permanent hookups. Right? Well, we have many RVs out there that are not permanent hookups, but they have extension cords and they have water hoses, and they've been there for months and months and months. So are they in violation? So those kinds of things we need to clarify, detail, have hearings, and all that takes time. We've already came across since the beginning of the year, how many cases that we need to say, okay, we need to change that ordinance. And then another thing happens and we never get back to it. It's because we're always behind the 8 ball when it comes to that. And I think we need somebody specifically to make a list, keep track of those, prioritize, and communicate and getting those things done.
So let me ask you right now, I'm sorry, I don't mean to stop you real quick. Who's doing that right now?
As I get around to it, I do. It's the hearings with the ordinances you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah, because a lot of them went through planning.
And I have we're just gonna do a work session here coming this next meeting. I have a whole list that keeps getting bigger. So, right, but it's expensive because every time you change the ordinance and you wanna get it codified, and I figured out a way, there's actually a municipality that you can put the uncodified ordinances online. Because right now we're doing all these changes, but it never gets to our codes. It's all in the resolution, so how do we know, how do we keep track of that? You know, so there's ways to do that, but again, it just takes a person to monitor that and keep track of that so he can make sure it gets done.
So, I don't mean to stop you again.
So,
Basically, you need help.
what's that?
Basically, you need help. You're needing help to monitor.
Well, I need the time, I
But you need the time, but you also need that help
correct.
To do all these things.
to do all these things that are on this list. I mean, I just.
And this is just something I put together in the last hour.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because I turned the page, and the last thing I saw there was continuing to search for farming resource and funding, and I'm like, but that chart list says grants, there's a grant writer. I'm like, that should be their job, like, hey, help me find farming resources, there you go, that's your job.
Yes.
So.
But who's gonna direct that and make sure, follow up, and make sure all that gets done? That's what I'm saying, right? It's
Right,
just,
that should be you as a department head.
Exactly.
You know, if it comes back again to accountability. And I honestly think, and I'm not trying to, your list is long.
so this is nothing.
It's long. And GRTs and stuff like that on here,
Like lodging tax, right? Like,
who's doing that?
nobody's monitoring it. Right? We're going off of because there's nobody, but we're monitoring as far as GRTs for businesses, but I'm not certified. I think maybe you're the only one that's certified to look at the, you know.
You have to go through the certification process.
And
Well, then let's get someone certified.
we're in the plan on that, but again, it just takes the time to do it. It just, and then organize it, put it on the computer, software, and it just takes a lot of time. You know, we did the largest tax, right? We did with the Airbnb is the only one that is automatically pulling lodging and sending it to Mesilla. VRBO and all the other ones are still not doing it because we haven't gotten around to it yet. So we're at the mercy that all this time that since 2010 that they got popular, all that largest tax that wasn't collected,
There
is
were
money's
millions.
lost.
I know there was millions.
That's what I'm saying. Money's lost because nobody's watching it. No, there's no system, and that's the few things anyway. But anyway, you got the list there. I don't want to take up a lot much more of the time, but there's plenty to read to address, and by creating a new position would be not only beneficial, but I think it would not pay for itself, but I think in the long run, I think it would be a positive impact to this board, to the community.
Would add to efficiency
And reporting, right? I would love to come at the end of the month and say, hey, this is how many businesses we have, this is how many largest tax we got. So you can see exactly in comparison to last year, we dropped in businesses, we dropped in, I mean, it's in everything.
I just think, like, I understand we're trying to get that, possibly another development coordinator, but
So you
I-
brought up a point here, is so this position was created,
right,
but this was the position that we funded. So
Okay.
both, these two positions were created at the same time when we're looking at organization.
I think
But
we agreed it.
we funded the preservation.
Okay, so I think honestly, and correct me if I'm wrong, we need to go back and relook at everybody's position and see what they're supposed to be doing. Like, what's the requirement? Well, not the requirements, what's their entitlement job?
That's an internal measure.
I know, but we gotta bring it to the board to, what I'm saying is we need to go back, cause I feel bad for you. I'm sorry.
So
I
that's
really, really am
that's what we're
sorry.
doing here is the positions with position overview. So
That's what I'm
the-
saying. I think we just need to go back and,
that's what I'm getting at, is that you're asking to review the specific job duties and functions.
right,
That's the mayor's job, CEO's job. That's not the Board of Finance's job. The
Okay,
Board of
but-
Finance is to,
when we redo a
Fine,
position, but when we redo a position and we're reviewing it, of saying, okay, Eddie, here is your qualifications and he's applying for the
correct.
job descriptions. Who approves the job descriptions?
So I brought the Board of Trustees into that. That hasn't been done in the past though.
Okay, I think that's a great idea, but I think we need to go back to it. and bring them back to hold them out, because like GRTs,
Which,
I'm no offense to Eddie or anything, and I'm not trying to offend you like that, that should not be yours at all.
So
You
we-
already have codes and money together, is like,
No, when I talk
You
about
know what I mean?
GRTs,
I'm
it's
like-
not that I'm doing it, it needs to get done.
it needs to get done,
Yes.
exactly. Exactly, but it shouldn't be under your belt.
It just needs to get done. And
It needs to
I'm
get
more than
done.
willing to help in any areas that I have experience and knowledgeable.
Am I right or am I wrong? The GRT should be under like farming tax, commercial leasing, farming, lodging tax, GIC, software mapping, recording management, website improvements,
so
established.
those are all that, and I'm gonna interrupt you real quick.
I'm like, wow.
Number one, so all the job descriptions were redone 2 years ago on that. So, and as well as the organization chart was redone then. There are specific functions that are still going to be, that are on this list that do fall under other departments to handle, and to review.
But
And
he's
we
just
will-
saying they're not getting it done.
We will get that, that's
But they haven't
That's
been done
my
overall.
job.
Right, they're not being done
Yeah.
overall, but how much money are we losing?
Well. and
So
that's
that's-
Clean
what's
up
wrong
water,
with
sewer, and
That's
and
why-
roads, I'm like, this is money right here that can help our town, and it's not getting done.
But it's
Correct.
never- But it's never.
We're not monitoring it. I don't know where we're at with it, right? So the key is
It needs
to
the
monitor.
review, it needs the oversight. And that comes from multiple angles, but a majority of it comes from community and economic development.
I mean, I can see all this going under that, because he really needs, he's the one that's sending out notices and all that stuff. I mean, finance really has their hands full already. I mean, it's not under public works, it can't be under the marshal or fire, I mean, and it is really Russell's
So we're
job
gonna
to
move
do.
water under, when we come and pay our water bill, that goes under, public works? And he's gotta check to make sure everybody's getting paid?
No.
It's
that
the same
is-
thing.
It's not the same thing. But anyway, that's not our job. It's totally different.
It is.
It's not.
It's the same thing.
No, it isn't. I mean, it's totally different. That would say like, we're gonna pay our electric bill to the electrician. No, we're paying it to the utility company. So it's the same thing here.
No, it's
But-
not.
yeah,
Well,
yeah, it is. That's what you
So
said, they're coming in
to
pay
your
the water
extent and what you just mentioned, trustee, is that when I came in, that's exactly the way that it was. Is the utility clerk was being paid out of the public works department, which, but, so ultimately should be, if it's being there under public works, should be under the public works director, but it's a finance function
Right.
in taking that. So that's why it's under the finance department and handling that. On that side.
Yeah, I don't
So the
see it
GRTs
being-
are not a finance department?
The
That-
but not the notification.
I'm all, finance is not the department then? Can we get, let me ask you this, let's just, let me just
put
answer
this into
this.
perspective for you.
Let me just.
The only person who has ever been certified to review GRT in this entire town, ever, you're looking at.
Okay, so then
Period.
we're gonna get us, then you're gonna get us an update,
It's
On all
gonna be
these?
done.
you're gonna get us an update on all these then?
I cannot give, you need to be certified for me to give you any of that
That's why, okay, thank you.
for GRT. in specific.
GRTs, right? So you're gonna tell us, is this been updated? You can just tell us, you know what? The list that's on here, everything's been updated.
Updated how?
You said you're the only one certified on this, so farming, GRTs, lodging, GIS, all of this list.
Sure, send me all the farmers, send me all that, do you wanna see that list? That list is
I know.
thousands of different businesses, because think, it's not just the businesses that are doing business in the town, it's businesses that
I
are
know.
doing business for the town, that
And
are within the bounds, that have already, so that list gets to be.
maybe I don't wanna, maybe I
And
don't wanna
then-
see this,
and
I'm
then-
not trying to say this, but I'm trying to say is
And to just
Is
put
it
it in
being updated?
perspective, and put it in perspective,
is it being done?
not everybody pays taxes on the same schedule. So
Right.
then you get taxes that are paid once a month, once every other month,
Right,
once a
I
year,
know, I
once a
get all that.
quarter, it's all.
I get all that. We can have a business here, I'm not that dumb. I can have a business owner here, and you can do business in the county, you have to pay the county taxes. Because even though we're in Mesilla, I get all that. I understand all that. Okay, so let me cut that on that, you're really quick on that one. So what I'm asking is this being done? Anything on this list? Are we updating on any of this list?
Well, I think there are goals, right? That's why I put it like the fee schedule. The mayor touched on the fee schedule, right? I think it's something that we need to have. A fee schedule is very important because anything from getting the copies to picking up a dog, that's what the fee schedules are for. So we don't have to absorb some expenses that doesn't belong to us, right? Rezoning, we talk about rezoning to increase commercial. So we talk about doing that, the comprehensive plan. I would love to help with putting that together to, whatever that is, community meetings or great with the GIS mapping. I haven't gotten to that, but I would love to finish that so I can make that public. So Public Works can put and fire department can put all the fire hydrants on there. Public Works can put all their water lines. As we put all that stuff together, the public can say, hey, well, I'm going to work on my house. Where's my water meter at? Boom, it's right here. Oh, where's the fire hydrant? Boom, it's right here. The GIS is very important. Every municipality has it. So, I'm just giving you examples of everything on this list that needs to get done, that I see is being done, maybe very minimal, it's not being monitored, or I think it's something that's gonna be beneficial to the town to get it done.
Yeah, that's how
So
I
as
got
it
that,
getting done,
that's how I got that list from you with all those thousands and thousands of dollars that were past due.
exactly, right? Because we were rolling over businesses that were no longer in business.
Right.
So I didn't catch it, so I didn't know
Right,
I was
I'm
doing
saying that's
that.
how.
So we had to
this
fix
can
that. Exactly.
That's how this can of worms open. I asked you to print out the report for me, you printed it out for me, and I was like, what the heck is this? So
And
let's take that one for an example. Has that been fixed?
How'd that benefit?
No, has that been fixed?
Yes.
It has been fixed. Okay, so we can scratch that one off.
Well, it's ongoing though. He has to keep doing everything that he's already done. He's done pieces
Thank
of
you.
all of this. He's done pieces of all of this because he's had to, because he's come into the position.
Every
Just like-
department has done
yeah.
pieces of all of this, so you
Yeah.
think about
But,
on every department has.
so
It's just-
How
I
many is
know,
everybody else's list?
I know,
It just needs to be oversight on that, so.
yeah, I mean.
And
he
that's
really
where,
just
that's what
provided
Ed is
that.
getting at, is the
Yeah.
extra support helps to focus. You even said in the last meeting, I don't know how you get everything done because you have so much on your plate.
He does have so much on his plate, and I feel bad for the poor guy.
That's why the
And
extra
that's
support
why-
helps and would help him focus.
But if we're gonna give you extra support, and if it gets approved by extra support, we gotta hold them accountable. Like, we're giving you support, and if we approve another body in here, another one, we need to hold them accountable
And
to
that-
help you,
That's my job.
you know what I mean?
That's my job.
And that's what I'm saying, it needs to be accountability.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I put on here is checks and balances, right? And that's what I was mentioning.
Thank you.
That's what I was talking about.
Thank you.
Is you and the board needs to see a little bit more than just, what we've been giving you, to be honest with you. The bare minimum is my reports I've been giving you, it's redundant. You probably look at it like, okay, whatever, but it's not that important. You guys really need to see how the town is being managed. As far as how my department is being managed. So that's what the kinds of reporting that you all need. So whenever you do your budgets, you can see, hey, we invested money in this area right here, but we didn't get our buck back for a buck, right? So maybe next year we won't do that. Maybe next time we do vector control. Those guys, those mosquitoes, right? If you have a contract with them, you can buy your own equipment, take a 16-hour report they didn't miss you, and you're vector certified. And Public Works can spray themselves. At our leisure. There's so many things. There's just so many things that you can do.
But that also then incurs all the other things that goes with that and so it's a balance.
Yes.
That's in the end, you can present that to us, we figure out if it's financially feasible, that's our job.
Correct.
So we
But
get it.
that's what I'm saying, is it feasible? Can I ask you one question though? Why 2 years for this list?
I'm sorry.
How long have you been working on this list?
It keeps coming up. It's just as we serve our
Is
community.
this the first time you presented this list?
Yeah. Well, before it was some other stuff on the list. It just continues to grow. It's just because we don't get to it.
And we figured
it's the questions, and the questions we look into and find the answers, if there is answers to it, so.
My biggest fear is though, you guys keep hiring staff and keep hiring and hiring and hiring, but there's more and more and more work. So we keep putting money in and money in and money in. Where's the results?
The only extra staff that's been truly hired is in the one in finance, one in economic development, one extra in public works, a couple extra in the marshal's department, and then we make the paid positions within the fire department. So every department's had an addition, but there's specific duties that have been broken out as focuses. And that's the thing, you don't have the job descriptions, so I'll send you the job descriptions.
Oh, please do.
So you have all.
So I have a question. So what you're asking for is this position, community development coordinator, to kind of help with some of this, right? It's a very basic thing.
Especially when you're gonna add another department, especially when you're gonna add another department to the list.
We should consider that, given this, that you've given us this, to support the need for that position.
And the willingness to take over another department, other codes, right? I mean, so that in itself is gonna take even more, time away from working on this list.
But again, you're trying to say we need this position because you did take on the codes and there's of these things. So I see the need for the position. I mean, I think it's being justified. And so, why are we?
That I'm for getting another person. I just wanna make sure that we're spending the money on it, but it's getting done. That's my thing.
That's a performance thing that I
Right.
think comes within the chain.
So like in a year, I don't wanna see a list like this.
Yeah, because it's not our purview.
So what happens if we come back next year on this table and he brings us another list like this? Then what are we gonna say?
Well,
That he's another person?
The list is going to continue because these are things that.
It should not continue when you're adding more people to
These
it.
are not
Am I
out,
right or am I wrong?
these are not outstanding.
I guess more
There's
so.
always gonna be something else that comes up.
My goal would be to go over that list, but
Thank you.
it hasn't been, these things hasn't been addressed for years.
That's
That's why the list is big.
Whatever. And
That's why
I'm
this is big. If they were being addressed, yeah, you're right. Eventually, this is gonna have to go down, right?
Exactly.
Eventually, but things continue to come up that we can't
But
foresee.
you're not saying that these are all undone. This is your list of jobs.
Goals and things.
Goals and things that you've already worked on, but you only take little pieces of because that's all the time you have. So this may be 3 pages at some point because it's under your purview and you found that this needs to
Could
be
be
done in
beneficial,
this town.
correct.
So I think we need this isn't a list of undone tasks.
Correct.
This isn't a list of undone processes. This is some of them could be not started yet, but a
Right.
lot of these you've started on them. The only way you know about them is if you came in contact with them and you're not putting on a list that needs more attention.
Correct.
These don't mean you haven't been able to give them any attention, as well as Russell. I know Russell has done work on these.
I'm okay with that. It's the same. We're all-
Yeah.
we're all-
And you've done work on this list. Anything that's associated with the fire department or the marshal's department or public works that has this, they've done a little part of it. The problem is that a lot of things have not, that could save us money.
Managed. Has Elizabeth, listen to what he had said. Have they been managed?
Right, but it's been
They have
decades,
not.
it's been a decade. It hasn't been 2 years, it's been a decade. And he's only for
We're
a longer.
focusing on the issues that we've had in the past
Right.
and creating.
I don't wanna keep creating more and more and more and more and more jobs positions. That's my goal. Okay, we are a small town with a small budget. Okay, we went through, let me tell you, we went through COVID. Can I remind you that? Our GRTs were not the greatest. And I know in previous, before I was even a trustee, I think you were on planning and zoning, they had to do a cut. Am I correct, Ms. Gloria?
Yes.
They did have to do a cut on everything else.
Sometimes budgets.
But No, how much percentage you
But
guys
that
have?
wasn't through COVID.
No, that was before that.
That was before when there was like a recession.
Exactly.
The 2008 recession, which really bad.
Exactly. And that's what I'm trying, that's what I'm trying to prevent.
Function on the potential of a recession.
Because no, you have to though. You have to, because when I talked to Stephanie, she even said it. The county got extra positions, and guess what? They're touching the reserves.
Well, okay,
I do not want to touch our reserves. I don't want, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to save as much money as we can, because we have to prepare ourselves, because there is gonna be an emergency. There is gonna be something happen. No one was expecting anything on there.
okay.
But that's what I'm saying, I'm fine with hiring another person to help him out. But my question is though, I don't wanna come back on the table and say, hey, we need to hire more people. Are you kidding me? No, that's like,
Listen.
whoa,
Mr. Mayor, right, and you, exactly what you said is you wanna save money, right? And my position was mayor is, if anything that has a budget, is about expenses and revenue. It's everything, you call it a business, you can call it, budget control, whatever. So whenever there is an investment, which is another position, I understand 100%. So that is why I already spoke, when we already talked, we already coming up with ideas to save money, to make money. So to save money is great. To make money is even better. So whenever they're shutting down and you're growing, prospering, that's what really
But
counts.
what you have here is something that will bring in revenue.
Yes.
I mean, and
The
it's
fee
not
schedule,
gonna take away
all
from
these
the
things.
town. That's why I support this.
no, I'm not saying I'm not
We
supporting.
discussed, and that's the,
Can we get it, Brian?
just take the fee schedule in general, because that was one of the discussions that we had in the last budget, was trying to focus on the fee schedule. And the fee schedule goes across every single department. It's not just one department, every single one of them.
So
But
when was
it-
the fee schedule fixed?
It has not been.
When was it brought back up? When was it brought up?
We can fix some things in the fee schedule, but. we-
There were, I mean, but there.
That's my
not to
point.
the
So if
extent-
we're gonna go to the fee schedule, guess what? You bring it up at next meeting and we sit here and fix it. We're not gonna fix it half, little by little.
It doesn't.
But I can get it done, I can get one done by the next meeting.
There's no way.
See, he just said right now, what did you just say?
I can get it done by the next meeting, because I already did one. And actually, I did a fee schedule, and all it takes is just move it over. But again, it's just, give me direction, and I can get it done, but when I pick something up, I gotta let something else go.
But that's the point. He can get it done by the next meeting, but what is it gonna drop in between now and
It
then
comes back
in
to,
order to make that
it
happen?
comes back to also little is, yes, I get it, you have to drop something and give something up. I get that part.
Prioritize.
But also too, how many people do you have underneath you? Cross training is huge, and we are a small town again.
Well, 2, and 3 if I get the code office.
Right. We can cross train. There's nothing wrong with being cross trained at all, whatsoever. Am I right or am I wrong? There's nothing wrong with being cross
Nothing
trained,
wrong with that, but it depends upon the position and the purview.
obviously. I'm like, I'm like,
Yeah, I mean,
But it also depends upon what the current workload is,
but
so.
I think, Veronica, everybody gets your point, is that we
Yeah.
gotta hold people accountable to do their jobs. This, I don't see this as going down, I see there being more completion, more opportunity for revenue, less opportunity to break code, possibly updating code so we can do things for.
we can make a
housing.
position though as a temporary position, right? Into a full-time position?
For full-time,
My thing is always like,
what
look
do you
at,
mean by
like
temporary?
if we opened up, I'm for opening up another position for him. I really get it. Okay, but here's my thing too though with you, and I'm gonna be completely honest with you, is we're giving you more responsibilities, another person under your belt, another person like this and that. Is it fair to you to keep your own pay? We're gonna have to increase his pay as well too. Because he's gonna have more people, more responsibilities, another person on there, we're gonna have to bump his increase on his
Well,
pay.
we did.
And that's what's gonna put pressure on me, and I love the pressure. I like to be challenged, I love the pressure. Purpose for me to give you guys results, to make sure, to show you that you didn't make a mistake.
And
That is my,
I
that is
know,
my
I totally
persona.
understand you. I totally get that.
we adjusted the pay schedule last year, the year before. So we have pretty competitive rates right now. I mean, everybody did, we were able to, so, I mean, you should look at them compared to when you were here last, is that we made some, we did give the director, because of, not that I don't wanna give more money,
I honestly think he does.
but, well, okay, Veronica,
But
but you weren't here the last couple of years and you didn't see the increase.
2 years, the whole
I know, but we didn't we had to make adjustments in those 2 years because they were underpaid. So we made adjustments to the
Trust me.
salary schedule.
You're talking to the one that fought for pay increases for 6 years.
Right.
Although-
Which you didn't get,
I didn't get very much up.
but we did do.
It was hard fighting with the board for it, trust me. It was not
And
easy.
we did do it in the last 2 years. But anyway, Fire Chief, we don't want to keep you here all night. What's
Right, so. the-
No, we're still on Eddie here. Are we gonna approve a position for him?
Well, there's no approval.
Well, there's no approval. Are we gonna put it on there?
This is a discussion.
Well,
I think there's evidence that it's a needed position. And really, in the long run, the evaluations are done at performance or whatever, to hold them accountable. And that's a HR kind of function to the chief executive officer, not the board,
I would-
for that.
I
But to
honestly-
approve the position is the board.
I would love to hear Mayor Pro Tem's opinion on it, not to offend you or anything on there, and I'm for it. But the thing is though, I would love to hear Mayor Pro Tem, out of respect for her, to hear her opinion on it.
well, she can listen to the recording. If you wanted to. And we'll have one.
I think it needs to go under discussion still, and let her hear her opinion, out of respect for her.
Oh, definitely.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
I mean, I agree. I mean, it should be a board, complete board.
Board discussions, correct. Thank you.
But I'm saying, I think there's justification at this point for a position. And then the position performance needs to be monitored through those functions.
And the person accountable to us
Yes.
as far as that goes is the mayor. If we feel like that we added these positions and they're not, they're not fulfilling our expectations, then that's a discussion we have with him. I feel like.
But it's a performance
It's
issue.
a performance issue, but we can have say.
But the performance issue comes down to, which is completely off track though, performance issue comes down with Eddie being in charge of his staff going to the mayor.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we had any issues with personnel, he's the person that we go.
Right.
Anyway, I apologize for causing any disruption in your meeting. Thank you very much for
Oh,
hearing me
no,
out.
You brought excitement to the
No,
Hey,
meeting.
see, you guys ain't sleepy no more, right?
No, I really.
Thanks again.
So, this position then, well, pop back here, because there's been, when we look, and we'll talk about these here in just a minute, but there was also discussion previously, about adding another deputy, in the marshal's department.
Do we need one? That's my question.
Yes.
I think we do need
Yes.
one.
Well,
We
he-
Please go.
Yes, he did one, he needs one.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
but-
Sneak out the back door.
Let's
He's
do
always
fire.
saying he has
Let's do
only one
fire.
person.
Well, no, because you were
No,
part
I
of that
requested
conversation,
one for the marshal's department.
and it's so we have better coverage in the evening.
Yes.
We're cut-
That's what,
Because
yeah.
I personally, let me tell you right now, I personally, for your information, there was only one guy working at night.
Yes.
Okay, I fought to get 2 people at night. By myself. And we moved someone up, and then we had 2 people at night. It was not a very comfortable knowing, we did it. And first question I asked Ben, do not tell me there's 1 person at night. And he's like, no, but we have a swing shift, but we still have people.
There's a 3 hour.
There's a 3-hour period, there's nothing. 3-hour period, a lot can happen. A lot can happen.
Well, and there's no coverage either. I mean, there's no coverage for if somebody's out, everybody's doubling up and doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Ben right now is working swings right now. Yeah, you know, and, you know, he's stepping in to do everything else. Is there an issue to have another person at night? Yes, he needs another one at night. I am not comfortable for if you have a deputy doing a DWI and there's a bar fight, and knowing that Dasso is short-staffed right now, state is short-staffed, city is short-staffed, and something happens there on the patio,
You won't have
I'm
to,
like,
then we've had all these discussions, I mean, we know what the thing is, so we're.
so, well, he asked, can we justify it now? I'm like,
I'm
do we
gonna
need
ask the
those?
city board because it wasn't here.
It's not on this one because it's not a new position, but it is, and that's
I
why I'm
requested
bringing
it.
it here.
Oh,
Is
I'm sorry,
because-
I thought I wasn't there. Oh, okay.
I requested it, I know he would like two, but I was like, Ben, be happy if we get one, he goes, I'm down with one.
In positions, and just so you see, so ideally where we start people and what they're at, this is the pay scale of what we would be looking at. So our total cost of what we would be, looking at per position on that.
So can we include that?
Thank
That's what I
you,
would like to say.
thank you, trustee Morales.
I mean, I think we need one because for a long time, with the previous, they only said they only had one person. It's-
They had two before Ricky left, and I fought that one tooth and nail.
But I think,
And here's the thing, is that that's why we're having this discussion, and it's a roundabout in this set, is to know that this is the request of the needs, right?
Right.
So then, and here, what you have in front of you is the cost of that request of those needs, and what that is. Now, some of this, you know, just as we had in a side discussion for community development, for that position of community development, with that additional help and support, we'll see additional fees coming in, we'll see increased, that will intrinsically happen. The marshal's department is not fee driven, the fire department is not fee driven. But one thing I will note is that we did, we have a department where where it is no longer, where we do have a budget to move and transfer however you all see fit.
Right.
They can help cover part of that. It's not gonna cover the whole amount, but it will help cover part of that to that extent. But also, we have, what we've seen, and you'll see it in the next budget meeting, is we've seen GRT in general has been trending up, and it's trending up in extreme amount. And you see that in your monthly reports when that's provided by the finance department. But that's what we do see, that those trends. So we will see trends in increase in fees and everything to that extent. And other fees, you know, even for the fire department in particular, because that's a big ask. But there's plans that have already been thought about and how we can potentially do this in the position. So whether it be in the positions, as such, I mean, this is an overarching deal that we look at. But I will note that when we look at not just the positions, but when we look at the potential for increases for these positions, which we've been being fair with the departments, with every employee, not departments, but every employee over the past couple of years of making sure that we do adequate increases for everybody across the board. But there's a point where we run into the red, right? In thinking about that. So we would need to have a review of potentially looking at a GRT increase potentially, increase in water utility rates, and I say water, but in utility rates across the board. But that direction needs to come from you all as the board of finance. I can talk about it, I can say it, but you all, that's where I need that from you and my team will get that ball initiated in that direction, however that is, if it needs that. So it's an overarching discussion outside of this that we're not gonna necessarily have tonight. We're gonna look at the position, we're gonna talk about the potential of where we're gonna get this funding for these positions for these ones, how this is going to happen. In the interim, how we can look at longevity for these positions being paid for. But then the overarching is, as well, is we're looking at increases for the positions. So those ones, we might be able to fill and backfill with the increase that we've had in certain fees, certain, businesses coming in, GRTs, so other things that we've seen an increase, but it's not gonna be enough to backfill 100% of that. So we're gonna have to look at alternative measures, if we're gonna be looking at some of these increases in more detail. So
That's
I'm just putting that out to the world.
Exactly.
So, but it is what it is. So,
Right, right, and I mean, we're gonna have to prioritize and have, to increase fees and all that stuff for people to pay for some of these things that we really do need. A deputy, another deputy, some paid firefighters and stuff, because we know.
Another community developer, yes,
That we're gonna have to,
exactly what I was just saying, thank you.
make some sacrifices with residents as far as paying a few more dollars here or there and businesses, but the more we can, initiate revenue along these lines, the better off we're gonna be, that we won't have to necessarily. go
It'll
into that.
offset some of the cost.
And if we get the advertising and the dollars in here, and increase GRT and those kinds of things, so it's gotta be.
But that's why it's gotta be important, but the thing is, though, if we gotta get, I'll say it, I'm bite my tongue. No, only bite.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna say, it. The thing is though, is we gotta fix that list, get them people to bring it in, to bring in the money. The last thing I wanna do is raise, and I know we talked about this, I don't wanna raise increases on the residents. Because this is our decision of bringing more people in. Because the first thing people are gonna tell us, why more hired people? Why do we have to pay for you guys to hire more people to do the work and blah, blah, blah? We gotta be in their shoes, okay? People are on fixed income, they're fixing a fixed budget, and everything else on there.
We
Okay.
understand that.
We understand
It's our
the-
people.
Yeah, exactly.
It's our people living on social security, not anybody else's.
Right,
Yeah, no, we know that, and the thing is,
But the thing-
people do want public safety.
they do want public safety, they do want all this stuff on there, but the thing is, like I said, is we're gonna have to bring this up to, the last thing I wanna do is, if they can work on that list and get everything done and taken care of, then we should not. Like you said, you wanna bring money in, you gotta spend money to make money, is the same. But right there is a pot of money. The last resource, it should be having to go to our residents. Like, that should be honestly our last resources. And GRT, we need to help our businesses. Like, we got to
Well,
help our
we just
businesses.
told him to come in with the fee schedule. If we do that, it's going to go out to our businesses and our residences. That's what he's gonna do. I mean,
But that's,
what
he's not
we're
increasing the water, sewer.
I mean,
and
he's saying fee schedule all the way around.
But
But
that
anyway,
city is all the way around.
well, and that's what he means by fixing it. But either way, we're all in this together, the residents, public safety wise. I feel is super duper important right now.
We can get the GRTs on this. We're not done yet. We still got fire. Why you think yourself going?
Well, I mean, he's,
We're not done.
but, well, Marshall's not here.
I was just gonna say, the rates are, because
Okay.
the CPI went up 2.91%.
And this is water and
So
trash.
that's what we're gonna have to increase, because the rates go up.
When did we get the notification on that?
We just got it from, the Southwest Disposal sends me her report from what is it called? It's off the internet, and it's that department, that it shows all the CPIs, how it's gone up all year, then it does the average, so that we get that.
But when did we get that report?
She'll give it to me if I call her and I ask her for it, or I'll go onto the website and look at it.
If we can get that report, bring it to the town, so that way we can start letting residents know that it's gonna go up. We need to give them a heads up.
And I don't know if you were here, but a while back, the board voted that the rates would go up every July according to the CPI.
Right.
They did vote on
But
that.
what I'm saying is,
And
so we need to advertise it.
I
and
think
let them know.
residents already know, we can put it on the bill, we can do that by
I would.
notifying, put up a note at all our posting stations, that's not a problem. But it is gonna go up because everybody else is raising their prices.
If we can get the rating, how much more it's gonna go up, if it doesn't have to go through the board, because it was already passed years ago, we need to give the residents at least a heads up sooner than later, so that way, maybe those that are on social security can start budgeting now.
And
We got, if
before-
it goes up in July, so we got May, June, July. We got 3 months, that gives them enough time to be like, okay, this is what I need to save.
And before, the trash would never raise the price on the senior residents. They are raising it. Last year was the first year, and it's because gas has gone, and I'm afraid it's gonna go up more.
Right.
Because, and they had never raised it on the senior
Well,
residents.
if we can get the
Never.
rates up there for them sooner than later, let's give them a heads up. Because that's where you, me, you are gonna get starting phone calls and start bombarding them. And at least you're saying, hey, you know what? We warned you. It's everywhere. It's out there. You guys are prepared. We're not telling them a month ahead. They get their bill in July. Guess who's gonna get phone calls? You are. Why did the rate go up and blah, 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 and then they're gonna start calling you and me. So if we can prepare those residents now and letting them know, that's gonna take a lot of stress off of it. You know, it's not, they're gonna still call, but you can tell them, it's been posted up, it's been on the website, they've been on the station, they've been here, they've been there. And that way, people are ready for it when it comes into July. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's bad news.
But she's giving us,
That's
But the
been
thing-
happening.
but she's giving us the bad news now ahead, so we can try to smash the headache now as much as we can before it happens, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, we did that.
That's why you can't stay where you're at stagnant and let times go by because things get more expensive. If you're stagnant, then you're gonna be behind the eight ball. That's why you gotta be proactive and bring in revenue, bring to offset a lot of those unforeseen things that are coming to serve our community. So we don't give them those expenses.
And just like this GRES thing that you're talking about, is software that we have to be modern and to keep up with stuff.
It keeps the public informed.
So it's something that we wouldn't have had 20 years ago that we need now, you know? Even though our town is still 2,000 people or whatever, you know? Times change.
Next.
Well,
Because
we
then,
need
then,
to-
then that started going on. further. So
Yeah,
we have the 4 positions that we're looking at for the fire department. And so that's adding full coverage in, for the
Running 4
department.
positions?
So, but with that, so, hold on.
I know, I saw it.
So as that, it adds, full support for the EMS, where they're running the high number of increased calls right now. And then it also gives the extra support on the fire side, where they help to support both on that.
4 positions puts 2 people on duty all the time, which is does not meet national standards for fire response, but it is much better because right now we have 1 person on duty most of the time. But 1 person really.
So what's the national standard for? So you need more?
Correct.
Like we need to work toward that.
Correct.
And this is the first step to get coordinated. I
And,
mean, because public safety is very important, it's important for the peace of mind of the residents.
and we could get a grant, safer grant from AFG, I'm almost certain we can get a county on one. It's a 5-year grant, but we have, but it's for 4, it's mandatory for 4 people on duty 24 hours a day, and then we have to be able to pick that up. We're not in a position to do that.
But is it that grant for, you said 5 years, is it good for five years?
It's a 5-year tapered off 100%, whatever it tapers down, and then after that.
Every year it takes us down.
So when we're ready to do that, we can apply for the grant and then push it down even a little farther. These 4 positions are coming from the county. So the county has offered, because of all the work we're doing supporting the county, if they would pay for 4 positions, 4 full-time positions, those, we would staff emergency response at South Valley 2/3 of their time.
You could do that.
We can do that. If we have, so if, let's say I hired you two, and you have a 40-hour schedule, let's throw that out there. 24 of those hours, you're gonna go over to South Valley and run out of there as a Mesilla firefighter out of station.
Forget about that.
Carter.
Yeah, they are in the corner there.
Yes,
So, I think that's a good idea.
What's the dollar amount that the county's willing to pay though?
So right now, the number that we have on the paperwork that's been sent up to AC and Lopez, we've already agreed on this, but we just did MS to go through their commission, is a total of $600,000 a year, which covers 4 positions and station supplies that we would be using. They are not telling us, well, actually, it doesn't even cover positions. They're giving us the money with $50,000 for station supplies and saying, you need to do this thing. So they're not telling us how many positions or what to pay them or anything. We just need to be able to, we asked for that to be very vague for a reason, because they offered initially $95,000 per position. Like, you're gonna pay the firefighters more than you're paying me? That's probably not right. I'm gonna quit and apply for
Wait,
that.
so we sent a letter to the county for 600,000, right? Is what you're saying?
Correct.
Can we get that letter? Do we ever receive that letter to the board?
It's not.
It's not there yet, it's not signed yet.
So we have not yet. This is a,
This is the conversation.
preliminary discussion.
When will you know?
Proposal,
As soon as he presents it to
the BOCC.
yeah, and so what he asked, we sat together. We'll go through all of that. So initially, Chief Heck came to us and offered us for 2 positions. We sat, the mayor and I sat with Stephen Lopez, and he said, is that enough? And I said, well, actually, we do a lot better if you give me 4 positions. He said, okay, we can do that. And so he asked Chief Heck and I to come up with verbiage that we both agreed on, and then we sent it to him. I sent it to the mayor, and then we're just waiting to see what happens over on that side. The verbiage of that 600,000 isn't just for those
It's not just for these 4,
Those 4.
it's for the other 2.
2. So it was 450 for the other 4 positions, which was the salary, benefit, and supplies. And then asking them to continue the 150,000 for the other 2. So then the verbiage of this is that they will continue to fund that every year until we figure out one way or another, either we're paying for our own people, which is the long-term plan, or they decide it's not working for them anymore. Every year, I'm gonna have to go in front of the board of commissioners and say, here's what we've provided for you, here's how many hours we've given, here's your response time, here's how many transports we've done, so that there's no end date on this, because I don't wanna fire anybody. So right now, the only
It's scary.
position other than, well, they're getting a huge benefit out of it, they're not just doing
Yeah,
this
I
out of
mean,
the
it's
goodness of their heart.
calls, they're just responding to everything.
They're,
No, but it's scary though. Keep
they're
going.
about to lose the funding and equipment for these volunteer stations that are sitting vacant. They're going to, state fire marshals will come in and take all those trucks and give the other departments that need them, and they'll lose the funding. So for them, it's a win, because we're already running that way anyway. And now we would be able to staff that station 2/3 of the time. The rest of the time, they can be over here and see it. And it doesn't matter who is over there. I can go sit over there at Station 13 for a few hours a day if I want to. It doesn't, they just need people in that station to make sure that it's being used.
Yeah, they're targeting small towns.
So it's a win-win situation for the county and the town.
And it's cooperative agreement, because, I mean, it's not why we've been helping them, that was never the plan. It's just they see what we're doing and they want to help us help them. We have the ability to hire people. I have a list of people already that want to apply. And we can hire them easily. The county has the money, they struggle hiring because of policies and politics and everything that go on in the background. So we could get this done, you know, once it's approved, we could get it done in a couple of weeks.
I'm just worried though, if they say yes, the only reason I know about the whole station's cutting down, because they're shutting down a guy in Mayhill. That's the first fire department that was ever made in New Mexico, that was volunteered. And the guy just told us, Mr. Runyon had said that, yeah, the state's gonna be shutting it down, because nobody's sitting there. And not just because of that though, they're first targeting to see how outdated your equipment is. If your equipment is not up to date, that's the first elimination. Second elimination is nobody's there. So to hear that South Valley is in that position right now,
It's every volunteer department in the
Right.
county right now.
and I know Mayhill is losing, and they have fires up there. Huge fires, and they're losing it.
Mayhill's not part of the county, so.
No, it's not, Mayhill's way up there, but I'm telling you,
But-
this is a statewide thing that's
Right,
happening.
they're trying to save money
Right,
at the
it's,
state level. They're
it's-
giving money to these departments and it's not being used.
right,
And
The infrastructure with the people.
they don't have volunteers,
the
or they don't
county
have
doesn't
to.
have a volunteer program really
Right.
anymore. They've got 5 right now that volunteer. And they don't have a way to bring more people in because they don't have that infrastructure of leadership anymore. And we've offered, hey, we'll mentor your leaders and then kick them out, but right now, they're trying to hire. And that's where they're at.
I'm just worried though, if this is like a year-to-year contract, correct, basically?
It says that there's no end date on this. We'll review it, make sure that we're doing our job. And then the long-term, again, the long-term plan on
But
this is
let's
that
say next year, prices go up, like everything else is. Are you able to increase it?
it says we can adjust it if we need. It says that we will look at it and it even
It's
says,
always, if it's $600,000, some of it is for supplies.
Correct.
He can rearrange that money because it's not per person, it's per his management.
Can you still get, I know you mentioned that you were gonna get funding, you were gonna try to bill.
so that's, I keep trying to get to that.
Yeah,
So
I'm
that-
like,
that's
I'm
the-
just
the
worried.
process
Look at
of
the
That's a
lump sum,
lot of
right?
money
It
for us
says in
to
there
take
say
out
that
that later on.
as we start billing, any billing we get out of South Valley goes against or gets reimbursed back to this fund that they're giving us. So if we make $100,000 a year out of South Valley running medical calls, we give that to the county to offset that 600 they give us. Because the long-term plan is for us to be able to support ourselves. So right now, if we were billing right now, very, very conservative 50% recovery rate, and very conservative $700 per ride, we're out $80,000 is what we would be. That's $320,000 a year. That's, well, the city's doing 60, so I did it very, very conservative numbers, right? And we can give it to the same collection company. But I'm saying, we do very conservative numbers, that's $300,000 a year that we can use strictly for people. Because long-term, we need that full staffing. Because we're just not, we're trying to do too much with
I wanna make sure though our town is taken care of. That's my concern, is like, I wanna make sure Mesilla
the
is
town
taken
is,
care of.
and I explained that in the meeting, is that
The hour and a half,
we have,
yes.
we have, if something happens here, which has happened, we were transporting somebody to the hospital, we weren't available. 2 of us that were available were on that truck. And somebody was burning down here on Northgate, South Valley units. Right now, Station 12 is temporarily assigned to South Valley while they finish putting that station in service, it's been rebuilt. So they're over here, so they came over here to handle the fire. And that's what we have now, is we have this mutual cooperation that is an automatic thing that there will be help. If we have a big event here, 5 years ago, we wouldn't have had anybody here except the people on Mesilla and maybe the volunteers from South Valley. And now you're gonna have 30, 40 firefighters showing up for that big fire. And that's a huge difference. So this is just the next step. This is the next logical part of it. We're the only volunteers in this auto aid agreement. Everybody else has paid staff. We're the only ones able to do this. And that's impressive and scary. Because the call for help, we're not here.
The moral to your story is how much is it costing us
Which part?
of staffing? How much is
Right now,
costing
the
us?
only staffing you're paying for is mine, and we're picking up Cole's down in here. Because that was a grant. done by the
So
state.
in 2020, this 27, 28, how much is it gonna cost us? That's coming out of our budget,
It's coming out hard. Me and Cole.
just you and Cole. But is the county willing to pick up their health insurances, or is the town?
It's all part of their benefits.
It's all part of their
Well,
benefits.
yeah, but here's the other part of this, is I can use some of, put it in there up to 20% of that funding to support Cole's position because he's supervising it. So then that offsets some of what we're already paying, right? And as, we try to make it one, more just mission oriented, here's the mission, what you need to do, here's the money to make that happen. And we lumped the other two positions that they gave us into that so that it's an extension, and it's just one check that they have to do instead of having to manage 35 things.
Can we put those four,
So did you put those on there?
Because ultimately, you're gonna to pick up 6
Cold?
positions,
Not
right?
yet. No,
And that's the long term.
These ones.
cool.
I mean, there's.
Yeah.
They're vacant
Yeah,
on
it's
that,
vacant, but not.
they're on the other sheet.
It's
They
very
just
small,
show the
I can
proposal.
start, I can barely read,
The
but it's
proposal.
smaller, so I can't read it anymore.
This is vacant, so.
They're,
So our current liability or to answer your question is about approximately $160,000 for the fire department.
that's a do not use.
Right, but that's the current, right? So.
You go to the 3%, the 4%, the 5%.
Right, but what we're looking at is the total here and here. So this is our current liability. All right, but what we're looking at is that would be covered by the county. And then
As well as the finance.
these two are also covered by the county. All right, so that if we, with increases, if we did a 3% increase, that would be our liability.
Who can term that contract?
We haven't gotten to that point on any contractual.
Like,
I mean,
that's all I'm asking,
they're valid questions.
like, who can term that?
But we have not, I mean, there's preliminary that's being reviewed. It still needs to be fully
I would
negotiated.
just, I would just hate to, that's all I'm gonna. I would hate to get a contract and then in the middle of the year, they're like, here you go. And we're like, excuse my language, but Mom, how are we gonna pay?
Well,
You know,
so-
that's-
so the-
that's-
It would hurt them to do that because they don't have the staffing to run that station. And then they'll lose that funding for that station. and all the equipment.
There is still that, what if?
The
you know?
and here's
Oh my
your, to your point, here's a fail safe on that. And not a full.
At least they pay for.
Not a full fail safe, they pay the full amount up front. So July 1, here's your check.
Yeah, but we gotta make sure it's on contract that they cannot, even if they term it at the end of the half the year, we don't have to refund them
Refund it,
the 6 months, do you know what I'm saying?
no stuff.
You know exactly what I'm saying, right? Because it happens.
It says that it's gonna be reviewed annually, not in the middle of the year.
Right.
So it says that in the agreement that we come up with.
And the problem is you've already been doing some of that work for free. We have been doing that for them for free, the county, so
No, I'm totally, like I said,
yeah.
I'm totally
It's a
okay with
fail-safe,
it. I'm
it's
totally
money,
okay with
you
it.
know.
I just wanna make sure.
And
The thing is though, I've seen contracts where they end, I just turned a contract and the contract states, yes, we go yearly, but we're gonna have to, they paid everything up front. And, well, yeah, they had to pay me back the 6 months
Oh, there must be some
nothing.
prejudice or something in there, like we're not doing our job or something like that.
No, that's,
They can't just say, yeah, I don't like this anymore, and I need that money back for something else. Because
but
that's
if you
a
have it in contract stating, once the money is dedicated to us, if you cut contract 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, we do not have to refund anything back.
Right.
That's gonna take us the whole year, do you know what I'm saying?
As of right now, there's no contract. There's an
Well, I'm just
agreement
stating
and
on there, like, if there's an agreement, we need to put that
Like I
somewhere
said,
in
you
the
need to
agreement.
realize, I mean,
He knows what I'm talking about.
we've got,
No, I understand exactly what you're saying.
you know, you've got 9 deputies. right
You
now.
just
You're-
wanna
You're discussing
on
about,
all harmless clause.
Thank you.
and well, there is a whole harmless clause in
There is, from the one that I
And-
see, so.
there. Yes, that is in there. And, you know, your discussion about not having a deputy by themselves. Last night, Chris was by himself at the fire station. And when a call comes out, he can, I was going to South Valley, he picks us up at the house, and if it's Fair Acres, I drive over to the station and meet him there. And that's what we have, because we didn't have any volunteers last night. Tonight I have a volunteer with him, so there'll be 2 there. But if there's a fire, I still have to go. So we need to start looking at staffing that department like we do the marshals. We do. And I get it, the fire department, as soon as you say, let's start a fire, before you finish the word department, you're in the hole. We don't generate money, that's not what a department is supposed to do. There is a possibility to recover a lot of what we're spending through ambulance fees. So there is a possibility there. I also don't want to be sending people to collections. I also don't want people making medical decisions based on an ambulance ride. So there is that ability that we can decide who to bill and not to bill. And do like the city does, they have instructed their collection
Don't
company.
say that, there's a chance of billing, we bill or not to
You
bill.
can't.
No, no, don't
But
say that.
the city does that same idea.
Huh?
The
I
ci-
agree with that.
The city does the same thing, and then they only send 2 collection letters. They say, hey, you have a bill, hey, you have a bill, and after that, they don't chase them anymore. And that
Well, the
would be,
medical system is broken in this
it's
country.
hard, it is.
And if we're gonna charge, I mean, an ambulance ride is how much?
Well, the state tariff is about $787.
Yeah, so who can spend, when you're picking people up, our social security people, old people, who can spend $700?
But if you think about this, if I'm transporting somebody that we've done CPR on, and transporting them, we probably spent $2,000 in medical.
Right.
That's every bit of it's thrown away, and not mentioning wear and tear on the
Well,
vehicle, and
I'm
fuel and everything
saying,
else, right?
if
So,
they have the money, let's bill them. But I'm saying there are some, we cannot do firefighting and marshal work thinking that we're gonna collect money.
Correct.
We just have to do it as public safety. And the rest of it, we do as much as we can, collecting, billing, all that. Because that's just not how we can function.
and I really want to protect the town. Protect the town and protect the town from liability.
Right.
Right, there's the
Which
2
is-
layers of that, right? We will protect the town, but if we're relying on, you know, outdated systems and even outdated training and equipment, we talk about equipment, if we're relying on that, that's a liability thing. And I don't want to put us in that position. I certainly don't want to be making a notification that somebody got killed or injured because of a decision that was made.
I mean, there's always liability in that.
There absolutely is.
In that line of work, more than any other line of work, it is a matter of life and death. I mean,
Every
it's
position's
asked-
like that, his position, Marshall's position, everybody's line
Well,
of
I
work
mean,
is on the
public
day.
safety, I know, I worked as a life and death person for many 45 years. So I know what it's like, it's a lot. So I think
This is an opportunity,
it is,
and it's an
and
opportunity
It's a good
because
opportunity.
it's a good, option,
the county's in a
and we'll be
positive
there.
cash flow. There's another part of this too that isn't directly part of that. We call it a grant, is the county is looking at, they have that 4% tax that they've been using to support the spaceport. And they're going to put it on ballot, hopefully, to redirect that 4% to EMS positions, to EMS funding for departments that are providing EMS services. And the only way we could come up that came up fair was based on call volume. So whatever percentage of the call volume, which really kind of works in our favor, because if we were only doing calls in Mesilla, we would get very, very little. The fact that we're helping out all around us, our call volume has gone up, we should, and then that money can be used again for the staffing, equipment, whatever.
I just feel fortunate that you guys got it on ambulance so quick after AMR failed. I mean, that
Well,
was
it
a
took a
big
year
deal.
and a half.
I know, but
It
still.
was a long time. Everybody else was getting ambulances and ours was still waiting, you know. It's-
But that, I mean, you get.
So are we accepting these 4 people? Oh, let's go back. Once again, I would like to talk to your opinion on it.
Right. One
Yeah,
more.
you know,
Well, this is a discussion.
yeah, that's what I said. We're still not done.
Yeah, so, just to hit it, what's increase, 3% increase total,
Now go back to salaries. Did you fix my name finally? Nope.
it didn't say,
What the heck?
And I
Your
saved
computer
it, I
was-
changed it on all of them.
yeah, we did change it on all of them. Yeah, see that, save
That's
on
what
that.
I'll go back.
At least on that one, is right.
Yeah, so can you see?
But it ain't,
Who's getting that stipend?
what's that?
Go back up. Who's getting that stipend?
Dorothy.
For what?
All the IT support,
How much is the IT support she does?
a lot.
How much is like, do we have an IT person? Like, do we have a company that we go to?
We have an overarching company with bigger issues, yes, we cannot be honest.
Can we review that stipend? Because if we're gonna do stipends for doing IT, I'm not a big fan of stipends. I'm not a big fan of stipends. We need to, cause that's not fair. Because you have like, let's say, I'll use Eddie as an example, since he's here. If Eddie's doing some other things too and overworking, then we should give him a stipend for doing more jobs as well too. And then also too, if Public Works is not water certified and they're on call, and I know I asked you to put money on there for their on call. The guys are on water and they go check on the water wells and they're not certified, they should be in a stipend. Is it fair to them? You know, they're doing more work, everybody is doing more work across than anything. So we need to review that IT stipend. Stipend's gonna open us a can of worms of everybody else going overworked on there.
And that's
He's on-
been there for how many years?
No, there was more
It's
stipends on there.
Additional, it's not part of her job.
22.
She does that extra.
Well, it comes back to
So-
Eddie's doing more things out of additional. Public Works is doing their jobs more additional. So are we gonna bring back the stipends? We got rid of stipends, and I believe you know that when, what's your name was here? We've had this conversation. And,
Well, I think you were here when we approved that stipend for Dorothy because.
no, we took them out, asked Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
I don't
no,
think she was on the board.
I don't think.
No,
But
we-
when we approved the IT stipend.
no, when they try to take stipends away, what was her name? It was Yumi and what's her name? The one right after Cynthia, what's her name? Ronnie, Yumi and Ronnie talked, because they were taking stipends away. That was a huge, big issue. And if I'm right, and I'm 99.9% right on this one, they were taking stipends away. And I fought for somebody's stipend. And to make sure it wasn't taken away. And it was a fight, and we kept it, correct? And then she got rid of it, so, no, we took them away, but we fixed it, where we adjusted the stipends to add into you gotta remind me, you and me and Ronnie worked on this.
Well, I was getting the stipend for doing minutes.
Right,
And
and
I
they were,
wasn't the town clerk.
right. And
I
then,
would get a stipend,
correct,
but then they did away with those stipends.
right, and we adjusted it.
That was before I went.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Before.
They got rid of all the stipends. And exactly, she got a stipend for doing the minutes, for not doing it. So it goes back to, if we're gonna do stipends back again, then Public Works and Eddie over here, heck, even Greg, going over more than their working area, we're gonna have to start bringing back all the stipends. So either we get rid of it and nobody gets it, or we start telling people, if you're not certified for this and you're doing it, they get a stipend. It's gonna open a can of worms.
I see what you're saying.
So,
But this was already, I mean, to that point, this is something that's been there since
I would
before
like to bring it to the
before I
board,
came.
yeah, I would like to get away with it. I would like to see our bill from, if it's possible, I would like to see our bill from our IT person versus, you
I don't
know,
know if you wanna see that contract.
yeah, thank
It's an
you, that's what I'm
interesting
saying,
contract.
that's what I'm saying, yeah, so let's just
Because
do away
we
with it.
also have. So I have to review, so the other part of that is for the services that are rendered, if that's it, in addition to for what Dorothy's taking care of right now.
And a
So
lot
we
of,
would be looking at what that cost difference would be, because we don't get charged for that from our IT company right now, because it's being handled in-house. So that's,
You do everything, Russell? Yeah,
oh, you want me to pick that up too?
why not?
I am not that computer literate, I will tell you that, so. I mean, I do love computers, but I'm not that.
I mean, they called, when I couldn't get my copy of my book, you guys called them to come fix the copy machine. I'm like,
That's
But I'm just saying, listen, that's a dude.
that is when we call IT, when it cannot be handled by in-house.
But that's what
So
I'm saying,
To that extent
the
like that.
stipend though, it's gonna cause problems.
Well, it's
it
something we
is.
can review.
It needs to be reviewed, and it needs to be either removed and change it,
Just add it to her pay and say, this is your role, and you add it to her pay, and then it's not something.
Add it to her job description.
but we first have to add it to the job description first.
Or to other duties as assigned.
Right.
I love that one.
But we gotta get rid of the stipend, but we're not gonna add it to the salary rate though either though. I'd say just get rid of stipend, period. Right across the board. No, because, and once again, if we do that, that means we're gonna have to go back and put it, everybody else's that's doing, that aren't certified to do things and they're doing them.
but everybody does everything.
Thank you.
And we're not asking for stipends, we see it as part of our job. But we're not asking for a stipend, but she is specifically doing the IT. It's totally different, that IT. Public Works works with all that. They're out there helping each other and everything. IT, I don't know anything about IT. We can ask her and she goes in there and she fixes it and everything. So she should be entitled to that stipend. You don't want a stipend, then add it to her salary and add it to her job description. That's what I say.
It's a potential.
It could be a potential.
But everybody else, we all
We
do.
all,
And we're not asking for a stipend.
The thing is this, I specifically know, I mean, I was involved in part of that, and yet she has a special skill set that nobody else in the office has. That's why she was granted that.
Can you fix computers, Eddie?
Maybe, I don't know, depends on what it is.
He's gonna watch your YouTube video and get it like.
Right, exactly.
Ask ChatGPT.
She's not fixing computers, she's,
What's
She's
one of
doing
those
that
Chat's name?
she
Ah,
does
yeah.
the emails, she does the website.
Gilbert.
she
They know
does
her.
that stuff.
But that's part of her job description, isn't it?
Not necessarily. Handling, setting up emails and giving.
Eddie was working on the website 2 weeks ago. That's why I'm saying.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with reviewing it, but I just remember that the cost to call somebody and the time that
That's
you were
why I
waiting.
asked.
Maybe you were on the board.
I
And
know
you
I was.
told me that you were glad that I was fighting for the staff.
No.
Yeah, you did make a comment like that because I fought for her to get this stipend.
No, what happened was, and I can tell you exactly since you opened the can of worms on them. You came in crying that we were trying to take your stipend away. We went into Ronnie.
I
Ronnie-
wasn't even getting a stipend at that time. I was already town clerk.
No, you were Ronnie. You were with Ronnie.
Not when Dorothy got her stipend.
No, when Ronnie came in and the stipends were being taken away, Ronnie called me. It was you in the office, the door shut, and they were taking stipends away.
But this has nothing to do.
Hey,
with-
thank you,
Yeah,
that's
so
what
we
I'm
were
saying.
talking about.
That's what I'm saying, sidewalks.
Regardless, we'll review
Thank
this
you.
and look at it.
I
and
just
figure
don't
that
think-
out And go from there.
This
But
was
let's-
a new, because when we gave Dorothy that, it was for something weird. Because she was going above and beyond, and the only person that could do it, and they were not getting a response from.
Well, then do me a favor.
From the internet.
I would like to
So-
see everybody else that's going over and beyond their job of duty that's not in their descriptions and that's not certified and doing other things too. Mark my words, it's gonna open a can of worms.
We're not adding this section, this has been here, so the worms are there, the can is there, but it's not.
But we have other new people though.
Yeah, but she's grandfathered in.
But nobody really,
There's no such thing, grandfather. No,
nobody cares about it, or they would have said something. I mean,
because it's not mentioned. Did you know about stipends?
I don't even know what it was until.
Thank you.
I knew, I was here when they voted for it.
Thank
I
you.
sat in the meeting.
He wasn't here.
No, but I said I was,
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Eddie
Eddie
wasn't
was
there.
not here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now that it's open, So
but
let's
a lot
open
of
it
those
up.
people were here.
but that's what I
A lot
said,
of
we
the
got
other
a new
employees.
people, so let's open it up.
Okay, so you want to open the can of worms?
It's open
So-
now.
All right, I'll get back on track here. 3% increase, minimum would be a request. This is what we would be looking at. Salaries increasing, total bottom line, 5% increases, going from 2,312,771. Going to 5%, $2,329,063. 8%, $2,384,200.
How much the benefits on health insurance go up?
It's 18% increase
It's
projected this year.
15 projected.
It was 18 last year.
It was 18 last year.
And in that, so then what we did, because it was requested on that, trustee Garcia asked to see on these guys. Sorry. These guys need to be, sorry, no offense, but because it is. And I know it's only members of the public here, or no members, but still. We're looking, these are employee shares and what employees pay, given their salary increase of 3%, what they would be paying and the benefits that they have already. So at 3%, those are those totals. %. Sorry, let me go. The lines between the two and the changes, just for the top level. That's not it. That's still shows the added on. Because it added the total across the board. Which didn't need to be subtracted. So I'm gonna have to redo this sheet for you guys. I had the calculation on here. We'll work on it. But it gives you an idea on
This is employee.
the employee share on that. So it gives you an
Have their benefits.
Yes, so on average, what, in other words, what you're seeing is percentage, because if they all have, and I hide the employee portion only because that's personal information. So it's important for me to not have all that personal information. And it's the employee side on their personal stuff, not sure. What's the town commitment in here? You know, that town commitment can be shared all, because that's information on what we pay. But this is specifically for employees and what they pay on it. So we just lump the totals together on there to show those totals as a request so that we can see what these employees are also paying out of their own pocket with these increases. Because if we're gonna be doing a 3% increase, we want to make sure that we're covering and I think that's where you were getting at, correct?
Right.
Where if we're doing a 3% increase, but we're seeing an increase in average on 15% for medical, in particular, we want to make sure that 3% is minimally covering the increase in the medical.
Yeah, cost of living. What's the cost of living going up?
The COLA is 3, right?
Cost of living is 3 and insurance is going how much?
3%. What's that?
Cost of living is 3 and insurance is going how much?
15%.
And we pay how much and they pay how much percentage wise?
Depending upon longevity and how long they've been, we pay 80% or up to
90%. Anybody 5 years and over, we pay 90% of the premium.
so
Under
80,
5 years,
80%, and then let's say if 5 to
Eddie, I swear, I'm 100%.
90.
Stop it. Eddie,
What we've done in the past, over the past 2 years, well, the first year, we did the COLA, and the cost of living increase, which was 3%, plus a $2 increase per person. What's that?
Not
Two?
$2, 2%.
No, we did a $1 increase.
1 year, yeah.
The very first year, we did the percentage increase plus $2 per position. And then last year, we did the 5%. Because it was a 3% plus an additional 2% increase. So,
to be fair though, and I hate to be, I did the math, we did the math together. We did it. This is what we have to present to Santa Fe, right? Really to take it back to us, so it's reduce, or not reduce? Oh, we have to prove why?
if we need to, but that's the thing, is if we want to have a balanced budget. So at the end of the day, but like last year, they didn't kick it back to us. So, because we had a balanced budget. So when we have a balanced budget and we're actually, and we were, when I say balanced, we were off in the budget as we had submitted, saying that we actually, our expenditures and forecasted expenditures was actually 160,000 more than what we were anticipating coming in revenue-wise, which is still a balanced budget in DFA side, because they give the leeway in that. It's when we have, here's our small town with our small budget, and we're way out there insane. So like if we were to add all the fires salaries in there and have the $500,000 worth of salaries, but we don't have a plan on the revenue coming in, they're not going to approve that, right? The 100,000 was an easy thing, and we've actually met that in the revenues that have come in year to date. So we're balanced. We're washed right now, and the next couple of months are just the icing on the cake. So it's as long as we keep.
So what are you comfortable with, 3, 5, or 8?
I'd have to get the full forecast and look at that and extend all that out. But I mean, regardless, I think that for the team's sake, 5% is minimum. So regardless. And I think that that's the way that we need to look at it.
So when you come back, why don't we do 5, 6, and 8? We can eliminate 3. And you have to do your forecast or whatever, why don't you do 5, 6, and 8? And we'll see what the numbers are at. Or if we stick with 5, and we agree to 5, we still give them a $1 increase or $2 increase. Maybe
It
7.
would be more than the 8%. Because you're looking at $1 increase for, market department. That's an extra $2,184 plus the 3%. All the rest of us, it's $2,080 plus the 3%. It's more than the 8%. Per hour. But if you can feel comfortable with
I can see what the numbers are, though. I would do 5, 6, and 8, and 3.
Which we can re-review on all that and see.
We're all agreed that there's no 3, and then get this eliminate 3, and just go 5, 6, and 8. Cost of living is going up. Insurance went up. You know, and I need to understand that we're gonna be paying more, but also too, though, is
It's just something to review, right?
Right.
So, and everything.
I can do all with 6% if that's not a problem.
that's why I said 5, 6, and 8. See
And
where
we're
it's all.
off the 3. Yeah.
Take off the 3, does it make, we all agree to get rid of 3, get rid of 3. And if we're comfortable with 5, 6, and 8, then it happens to be 6, and we'll go 6.
And you meet halfway.
Exactly.
It's just math when something bad happens and you have to it's just math.
The last thing to look at, any questions on that? So we'll look.
Is there any way we can put planning and zoning, I know I'm asking too much, planning and zoning, at least, did you guys used to get like $20 a meeting? Really? You've never paid planning and zoning?
I feel like we should start.
I honestly think we should stop paying, like, it's $100 a meeting or something.
We just put it on something.
We have,
Is that really, that's not cool.
Don't call it a site.
I mean,
Don't
Yeah,
call
it
it
was
a
like-
to give them
I don't think it's fair that they take a meeting, your planning and zoning crew, getting them paid. I just think they take a meeting, I feel bad.
The hard part with, so you think about that position, is that then it would have to be served as stipend. Then just for all intents and purposes.
Well, we'll take that 3,000 and put it to
There
them.
would be.
Problem solved.
Because when you think about it, it would have to be per meeting. Because
If they show.
if they show, number one, if they, I mean, we might have a commissioner that changes mid-year, you don't wanna have a yearly, that just creates an issue.
Well, something,
But I think it's a great idea, and what we,
but it-
Am I right? I mean, Jerry, you serve, I mean, just in the right
Well, I
place.
was in there almost a year.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Wouldn't it have been nice
Really
again,
missed the meeting.
Russ,
Right.
say, wouldn't it be nice for,
It would have been nice, but
even if it's like $20 or $100 or something a meeting,
you tell me what you want me to look at, and I'll-
see if it's possible.
are you doing the alternates as well?
Well, Jared's getting 50 minutes, he serves 100. That's not fair, I know it's not fair. But I guarantee you, you'll always have a quorum.
Knock on wood, but I don't have that issue.
That's what I said.
well, I just think that they work all the time. And, I mean, they work hard.
But they get, my concern is they get a lot of meetings for volunteer people, they don't get. I mean, and it's alternate too, I mean, they can say they don't want it, they can, you know, some of them might not say they don't want it. You know, they're happy with it, but honestly.
We would be able to pay them as a vendor. That way they wouldn't have to pay taxes. I mean, they would have to pay when they do theirs, but it wouldn't cost us anything
and
extra.
then if they put me here because
No, don't have any, taxes or anything to manage.
You actually said, I don't know what,
W-9.
W9, right?
But we, we have to see how that will work.
You know, one of the things there, and Anthony, the hearing examiner is the P and Z. So they save the money from having to pay contract attorney, but I mean, obviously the liability would be much greater, right? Because you're gonna have an attorney to represent you. But as far as that, that's how they got.
And see, that's an option that we discussed through the court stuff when we were going through there. But the issue with that falls within, you have somebody that is not legally, or doesn't have a legal background. And then you think about just P and Z over the years, serve a great benefit, but also have the potential of having personal inflection put in there rather than having it set by, this is what it is. This is the way that it reads. And if it doesn't, then it goes to district court.
Yeah, I hear, I'm just saying this, there's a lot of.
I think that's,
Yeah, I
so
mean,
it's the legal background versus the non-legal background, and I think that has to happen.
we don't want to do that, doing that. And this is just to give them a small,
Appreciation?
Throw them a bone, throw them a bone.
And it is.
thank you for that visualization. So, yeah, I mean, that's what we're doing it for. They don't have to perform anything else. I mean,
It's
they're,
just appreciation. And we're trying to show them that there is appreciation, the board actually appreciates what they do.
Yeah.
They're being acknowledged for their work,
Yeah.
just like anybody else.
and they go to training and they bring the ordinances and they're showing up. I agree.
I'll take 1,000 out of my 7,000 to put in there, out of 8,000 to put into it. It's not trusting in line, it's not trusting in line.
So we can think, I mean, so we could manage it, but better efficiency, so we can pay for
And
all
that's,
you better pay for.
show me mine. And that's the thing, is that they're, like I continually say, we can make anything happen, I'm all about it, but there's a ceiling. So, we're gonna hit that at some point. The other part of the last discussion was on this one, and then we'll, unless you have other discussion on this.
You did not mention, and I'm hoping you bring it up, about how many hours you go carry over.
It's the last part of the discussion. So, we had, and this is just a liability discussion here, so we could be looking.
And how many hours you carry over. I believe it's my department head.
It's open. It's open.
But it's not just there, it's everywhere across the board.
Did you print it?
Yeah.
Cool. Because presently, and it was asked us to look in, presently the team can carry over 160 hours of annual. So we were looking at what it would look like to carry over an additional amount of hours in annually over that. That is earned.
I'm sorry, Anthony,
Yeah, I will need this back from you after this. And it's fine here in front of you, it's not a, we're public. Because there again, just for clarity, you all have access to all of this, just like like in any of the information that's sent out, it's like the information for the employee stuff, but it's also personnel information, so it needs to stay here. But like this one has annual stuff on it too, so.
It's, everybody earns their leave at a different rate. And so I multiplied it times whatever they earn every day, and I only do vacation. And, that's how many hours everybody earns per year. And I multiplied it by the current daily rate, their current hourly rate, and then, we are elected. Because sick leave is different. They can carry over as much, we can carry over as many as much as we want, but we only get 5%. Then you multiply the hours and your daily rate, and it's 5%, and you only get 5% for your sick. That's how it always is. Whereas the vacation is their full daily rate. How many hours?
My concern about asking them to increase rolling. Greg, how many hours do you lose before, how many hours, I'm just curiosity, how many hours do you lose that you don't get your rollover?
Hours.
And vacation.
Vacation, how many do you lose?
I take time when I can. I think we get,
No, but how
No,
many,
but you,
how many do you lose?
specifically, how many did you lose?
Because you can only carry how many hours?
Most of them is that.
I try.
Yeah, we went
Carry
on
160
vacation.
and I, right?
You
I try
don't-
not to lose any, but I don't take, usually cover right around 160.
Let's see, it's,
Everybody tries to stay within that, but I get what you're saying.
because my question, my concern is that everybody's taking their time off at the same time. Because they don't wanna lose, so everybody's going on vacation April, May, June, because they don't wanna lose any hours. So what's gonna happen? Everybody's gonna be skeleton crew. Do you know what I'm saying?
But that's up to the.
Well, it is up to the department head, but it's not fair. They should not have to be like, shit, you know, plan it out. And it's not fair that they bust your butt this long. He's taking hours when he can. I don't know what we're talking about, but I know,
Yeah, whatever, you know, I agree with you that it should be increased,
right.
but maybe the payout should stay at 160.
I'm not worried about the payout. The
Well,
payout
our
should stay.
staff is,
So another way that other places have done it is max out a certain point, and then it's like a 4.
to get paid.
And then there's another level there where it stops at that, so City of House will do it the same way, you got so many hours at 1 and it's so many days at 1 to 4.
Henry, you and I talked about this, because I was furious about it. Payout, I honestly think if you worked here 20 years, for you, for example, you worked how many years here? Okay, you were 20 years here. Excuse my language, but yes, I'm gonna fucking say it. You were 20 years here. You fucking damn right you should be getting paid 100% for everything you worked for. You worked here, you earned it. 4 to 1, 10 to 1, whatever that stuff is. No, if you go to your, and it's exactly what I presented to Russell, was if they retire here, I'm sorry. They deserve to get paid out 100% for everything.
I think we all agree.
But,
I work for the school.
but what I'm saying is that maybe not at 100% or whatever. But what I'm saying too though, is that you went through the process, you went through your retirement, you went through everything, you went through your exit interview, you went through everything. You earned it. I'm like, I'm livid when they told me, I was like, what do you mean? I was like, no, that's a bunch of bull, man. And he's like, no, bro, after this, I work for government, thank God I don't. It's like, come in, David's like, please.
But I do understand what the town's stance is. If I stay here 10 years and don't use any of my vacation, I absolutely not. And then I cash out $1 million for vacation hours.
You know, the liabilities.
The liability.
And I guess that's what we look
The
at,
town doesn't
because
have
I'm in that department,
there.
and I've always worked in finance. That's what I look at. Can the town afford it?
They should afford it.
But see,
So then-
I mean, the district.
But the
couldn't
thing
afford
that
it.
goes to again
It's
is like I explained it to Russell was, you work 5 years, you decide to quit, whatever you get, you don't get all of it, you get 5 years, you get 25% of it, 10 years, so and so. But if you're completely 25 years of the whole thing, you earned it. You earned 20 years plus more, 15 years plus more, you earned it. Does the town have the money? We need to find it, because you know what? You earned it.
So, and
That's
I mean,
my
that's
hugest thing, is like,
there
you
again,
earned
when
it.
we talk about, so
How many hours can you roll over? That's my first concern.
that's the thought in here, is rolling over hours, right? And having that,
You could still,
and the true cost of what that looks like.
you could still do it as
That
that
life.
hybrid academy, right, where we, for right now, you allow the employees to improve the hours. Forever. There's no cap on the hours, but you're only gonna pay out right now, 160 hours. That's all you're gonna get paid. And I would rather that the town pay all of it, but they can't right now. We're struggling right now to hire people to lead.
We're struggling to meet the increase.
Right, so it's like, all right, well, allow us to at least continue to accrue. I don't need to use it, we don't have that problem. I can accrue 400 hours. But if I decide to leave, I have to go to 160, because that's what's in the town's order. It's not planned.
So, but I beg to differ on what you're saying, because you get creative in how it's handled. As I mentioned before, for the trustee, because I was going through the audit process, just as you've seen, we have money in the bank. It is our reserves, it is. And it's there, we have enough in our, and I was talking with Gloria about this, we have enough in there to operate almost 2 full years if we had nothing coming in reserves. So it's a lot, and we've been told by DFA, we are no longer eligible for certain things because we have too much money in the bank. So in other words, they're saying, spend money. So, but we don't necessarily, because we're small, we don't want to do that, we want to do it. But the way around that is to take money from that and put it into an investment account. And we create another fund, and the fund earns that interest over time. Earned interest can pay off whoever stays forever.
The reality is,
At the end of the day.
Thank you.
So there's
Livid about this.
there's creative financing that we can do in order to make that happen, is what I'm getting at. Not maybe to the degree of $1 million payout, but to,
it's a retirement plan, sir.
but
that's what I'm saying.
to a stepped approach over time. I see if I can physically do that. But it's would require us to invest and assume that investments would be set by.
Basically, we're
Let's
investing, we're investing on our staff. You guys are huge about it. Now it's my turn to tell you that, I was livid about this whole thing. I was in my little scooter, and I found the mayor, and I was like, this is a bunch of beep and beep. And I was like, no, this needs to be fixed.
It's not very much, 160 hours. Say the other places you're giving me 80 days, 90 days.
Let me ask you this, Gloria. How many hours would you lose if you were to retire right now? If you were to retire right now, how many hours would you lose? They're 20 years being here.
I lose 59 days, 59 hours, because I've been using it.
Okay, if you
Because I
didn't
didn't
use it.
want to lose.
If you, for your, okay,
Well, how many I earn a year?
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Do I have time to take off? No, I don't. But I have to take off because I don't want to lose my hours. I work too damn hard to earn it.
Okay, so you see my point.
Well, see,
But I also
there's
understand the
also-
talent.
Yes,
I
and I see
get
the
that.
other side of it too, is that sometimes you have to force people to take time off because they won't do it. And then they're, it's not good for them physically, healthy, the whole 9 yards. I mean, I'm the number is right. And there can be, and we can increase that or whatever, but I also think that people should be encouraged to take their vacation.
But they should be able to take it when they want to, not to April, May, and June. They're like, shoot, I have this many hours left. You know, I
Okay,
don't
but
want
looking at this, there's not very many people over the 160, so they're taking it. The only one that's over.
I don't even know why.
And Greg, you probably were until recently.
But it's.
Lorenzo's,
But-
Lorenzo's up there too.
Can I put it into a different perspective for you? In this, as a private business owner, a private employer for a business versus government. 2 years ago, the state mandated a sick day, all right, the Healthy Workplace Act. Employees earn a certain amount.
30 hours, 32 hours, 1 hour per 32 hours.
What's that, yeah?
30,
It's 1 hour for every 30 hours.
30
it's
hours
worked.
they work, correct.
So every 30 hours that they work, they earn 1 hour of sick pay. They,
Correct.
so no matter how many hours they work, and it's up to the 40-hour work week, nothing happens on 40 hours. With overtime and everything like that. But it is also to where they earn that, they can utilize that from day one for sick pay, that it has that, I paid it at that rate, right? So I paid for that. The employee can carry over 60 hours a year. It can be carried over for each employee. So, and that's each year, right? So it's only 64 hours no matter what. So it's kind of similar, but I'm on the hook regardless for everything across the board. You know, so if somebody calls in sick, I'm not only paying someone to be out, I'm paying someone to cover that shift. So, I mean, it's a big cost overall, but you have to budget for something like that. So that's where, in all of that, the conversation for that is we budget accordingly and appropriately, and however that looks like. That's a state mandate, it's forced down from the top down.
One of the things that happened when we started, we had an employee who just started time off. And I didn't have very much anything, but I needed to save some sick leave, because like I said, before we weren't allowed to do sick leave, but we weren't allowed to vacation. And he allowed that. So that's not a lot of my vacation right there, but we were able to do that. And I like it.
Well, I
That's
started a sick
that's
bank.
an internal
Yeah, that's
thing that we do.
Yeah, but
I did a lot
Plus,
of
we were
work
asking
on
about
sick
the
bank.
donating time. And what we said, and what I was telling Russell was, see my scooter on the bed. Is we need to make something official about changing policies. Because everybody's going based off of what happened back then, but we need to make it into a policy that you can donate, and Ben had the greatest idea, but I'm like, man, that is too difficult. His idea was whoever puts in the pot can take out of the pot. So if you didn't put in the pot, I'm like, no, man, that's just way too difficult.
That's the sick leave thing. Okay, everybody has to give 8 hours of their annual leave. That's how it's written. Nobody wants to give 8 hours. They want to use it, but nobody wants to give it. And then there's a committee, they agree, okay, this person is gonna have surgery, is gonna be out, whatever, how many days do you want to give them? We're too small, and nobody wants to give until they need it. So you're not gonna have enough hours. Already.
Because I know there was someone that left, right, and everybody tried to donate to them, and they didn't want to. They wanted to, but they couldn't. And then,
Somebody left,
no, they were gone from, they were on leave. And they tried to donate their hours, and they didn't let them until they had worked previously say, no, you set grounds, you set standards, you let us donate
Yeah,
to
that,
somebody else.
that happened.
That happened. So what I'm trying to say is we need to make it into, but I want to ensure the team, if Eddie was gone for some personal reason, you can't tell me that one person is gonna be in here like, you know what? I'm gonna give some hours to Eddie.
We've all done that.
That's what I'm saying, because we need to make it
But it
official.
needs to be written that they, because our handbook right now says you cannot give vacation, I mean, sick, you give vacation.
But that's what I'm
You
saying.
know, and that's where I was saying, let's get back on track. And I think that's where you're coming from, let's get back on track. But you know, we're gonna change it, if we've already set precedent. The handbook.
And
That's what I just, I was ready, that's what I already talked to the mayor about.
it's easier to give.
Absolutely.
Right, so if we allow us to carry more.
Then it won't hurt us to give annually. And you know,
You guys see what I'm
but
saying?
that needs to, but we've already been discussing this for a long time.
Yeah, well, I think
We've been
there's a lot of
discussing
different issues here, and the issue.
When you went to the public schools, how many hours could you carry over?
You don't even wanna know how many hours I gave up, so I.
No, how many hours? No, how many hours for public?
5 years.
No. Oh, that's all, whatever. How many hours were you allowed to carry over at public schools?
But she didn't get, vacation
Yeah,
because she wasn't a 260 employee.
yeah, see, I mean,
I hear that.
we had 180 contracts just for the time that we were there.
So,
Well, we did get sick leave, and we were able to carry over our sick.
right, sick leave is not the problem, because it's continuing going over.
Right. So,
Vacation is a problem. How many hours do they give you?
but we could use it as PTO, so we could use it in other ways. But we didn't have, we had sick leave bank, but we had to give up, 16 hours at the very beginning, you signed up to become a member, and then you could have as much as you want. Then you could have, but then you have to pay it back. But what happens is that people that are out for 6 weeks or 8 weeks or 10 weeks, that we approve through a committee, including the union, they come up and they give us an application to get the sick leave bank. And then if they needed 6 weeks out because they were getting a major surgery or something, we would give it to them, but they would pay it back annually at 2 or 3 days a year until they were paid off the 6.
Yeah, that's too much.
And they won't do it
And,
after that.
and they would, because
But
sometimes they would
it
come
goes back again. Let's stop. How many hours public schools, county, and the city can carry over?
I know that I was paid 240 days. That's what I was paid when I left Mexico. But the thing is, I couldn't carry over, I lost like 50 some hours. My sick leave, they wouldn't pay me anything, and I lost like 800 hours. Right, they wouldn't pay me anything on the
Right,
sick leave.
I just think that can be very, I mean, we're
But it was days, it wasn't hours.
But I'm just saying we need to increase the carryover.
Just
And
make it
pay,
no limit on the carryover, we can figure out the payout stuff later. Right now, you just keep the payout the way it is, but not carry it forever, and then maybe you
I
would
think we need a limit on the carryover.
if you're only pay out the 160.
Yeah, we need a limit on the carryover.
What's a good carryover number?
I would think 200.
I'm sold.
For, you know, I'm looking at, 200 is pretty good,
What's an improvement?
because we're earning at 7.8, 7.08 a year.
How many hours do you lose? If you don't use all your hours?
He uses them.
Yeah, you can look at your option, right?
No, I do my hours. I use mine.
And I think that's healthier, I mean, some people like the public safety. I feel like sometimes they're under pressure not to take days off because
He needs the support in order to
Right,
help him.
because
take
he's the
the
only
time
one
off.
there, so how is he gonna get on, Gloria, where she hasn't had a lot of support, so she stays on her husband, get things.
So here at 7 o'clock in the morning,
So I encourage.
but not tomorrow.
I encourage people to take their vacation, for sure. So I don't know, I mean.
I just say the carryover needs to go higher.
Okay,
What are you looking at, Ms. Carryover?
So there again, it just becomes a view and liability.
But here's the thing though,
And this is.
and I'm telling you straight up forward, Gloria, is
And no lie.
if this is gonna talk about carryover, you need to bring it to the board. If there's a problem, we need to be able to fix it,
But nobody's carrying anything over.
because they're trying to use them up before July, because they lose them in June.
We have to use them by the end of
That's what happens at-
June 30.
That's what happens
Up
in
to
April, May,
160,
June.
Up to 160, right? Right now it's 160. No,
What's it, can you do me a
That's what we're
favor,
using.
find out the average
And I
of what they
think
make?
you should.
But it's hard. But there's nobody there. That's why I do mine
Thank
in
you.
the summer, because I have.
Have you noticed who doesn't take vacation? Who doesn't take the vacation?
I'm saying public safety. May not.
No. Every single one of your department heads. Right across the board.
I mean, and.
And this one's we're yelling at about Lorenzo not taking time off, correct? It's every single one of your department heads are not taking vacation.
All right, well,
For being here early,
Well, I-
or leaving late, or.
and the
Working too
problem,
much.
the thing is that they're
Working too much.
putting in more time than they actually.
Putting it on me.
Thank you.
I mean, we all, I mean, but I think, you know,
Missy Ann has our heart. That's why you don't really hear us complain. Missy Ann has our heart.
But that's the
And
thing
we
too, though,
give
is,
because we want to give to the town.
but that's the thing too, though, is if there's a problem, there's a solution.
well, I'm.
And I'm not seeing it as a problem, to me, it's not a problem, but that's me, that's me.
But it, I mean, carrying over more than 160 would be good.
That's what I'm saying. Let's find a, let's say what the sum number.
And, well, she provided it, you see it? Yeah, I did.
There again, like I say, it's a good way,
It's not good.
a good way though, regardless for, to, even outside of this discussion, a good way for us to utilize current reserves is to put that.
And I think that they needs to be higher.
We gotta throw, well, we'll figure out
Hey,
how
one
that
at a
is, but we just think, because that's one way to lower that amount is by putting it so that it's not the disposable cash. Right? It's locked in an investment. It sets that. Well, and I say block, but it can always be
We
taken
can always
out
take
at
it,
any time.
take it out, delete it. I mean, if we got into trouble, right, a terrible recession of some sort. And just,
Don't say that.
I mean, well,
But that's what we've always talked about is looking at putting money from our reserve into increasing the investment already so that we meet our budgetary, what is needed for the budget. And that is already an investment and will always be there and will always be an investment. But we should also be putting money in, and I'm not talking little money, I'm talking hundreds of thousands of dollars into this investment account. So that way, it's earning interest, that earned interest now has the $20,000, $50,000, $100,000 that we have as a grant match, that we're not relying on PRT to get that taken care of.
well,
We have to do,
Because if you don't do that, you lose it twice. You lose it because you're not investing. Two, you don't get funding from the state because you don't.
We're also not showing any investments either, with the state showing that we're not investing our money until we're just keeping it in our town. But where are we investing it?
we have
And I'm
five
truly-
investment accounts right now. So, but they're-
Make it bigger. You gotta use that money anyway.
that's what we can do.
You can buy them all at once, you're not gonna make very much money those 5 accounts. Yeah.
Yes, please.
And we still got we still got
Are we done?
A for, alcohol.
Are we done? So I can close this?
So I gotta talk to you.
Ask him if we're
That
done.
one's gonna.
Yeah,
That's why you're supposed to ask.
Go
We're 5 minutes, guys.
Sorry, I thought. Forgiveness.
Yes.
Work session adjourned.
We're done?
Now, 9:13, unless there's,
Okay. Good
unless
night.
there's a objection, I'll call this meeting as adjourned.